Searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Gutter Cap brings us our final thought of the day. See Stu and the crew over there.
Yeah, make 2023 the year you never pull out that dangerous ladder again. Gutter Cap spat aluminum cover system. It fits over your existing gutter. You will never have to clean the gutters again. It comes with a lifetime warranty. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. That's 205-823-2212. Or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It is Gutter Cap.
Juju Smith-Schuster was the receiver that got held in the Super Bowl, right? The Chiefs, he's at a parade right now celebrating his world championship. Yesterday was what day? What holiday, Brown?
Yesterday was Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day. So on Twitter and TikTok and all of his social media platforms, Juju Smith-Schuster tweets out, "Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. I'll hold you when it matters most," with James Bradbury on his card, the Eagles guy who held him.
I thought it was Bush League.
Oh,
honestly.
it is so Bush League.
Bush League from Juju Smith-Schuster.
And he got killed for it because of the way Bradbury has been stand up about this and hasn't whined and complained. And he said, look, I held the guy.
Yeah,
That's what I didn't get called.
Took accountability.
That's right.
And look, you won a Super Bowl. And, you know, Juju had 2 really good years to start his career with the Steelers. And since then, you know, he's been kind of non-existent.
Well, that's the other part of this story here, because A.J. Brown defended him and basically said, hey, first off, congratulations, y'all deserve it, and then goes on to reference him as TikTok Boy, which began trending across America, TikTok Boy, because it was TikTok that got Juju Smith-Schuster sent out of Pittsburgh and packing. He only had a 1-year deal this year with Kansas City, or he'd have been out of work.
Yeah, and I'm going to assume Juju might be out of work again next year. We'll see what happens. I mean, Juju's been in the league 6 years now. And again, he was lucky to be able to latch on with those guys. Enjoy the moment if you're Juju. Be a professional.
I agree completely.
Take the ring.
Yep.
Again, James Bradbury,
he was a stand-up guy about it.
Yeah,
took accountability.
You were on the way out of the league before Mahomes resurrected your career on your 1-year deal, TikTok Boy. He admitted that he grabbed you, but don't act like you're like that or ever was. But congratulations again from A.J. Brown, who, by the way, would kick his ass in a fight.
Oh, A.J. Brown?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd put A.J. Brown against a lot of people.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, me too.
Except for DK Metcalf, his former teammate.
But you know
I think
what's
I'd take
sad?
DK.
Again, Juju was really good early on in his Steeler career. This is what we'll probably remember Juju for. This stupid little hoax.
This one?
Yeah.
And the TikTok, apparently. TikTok Boy. They got him packed out of there.
Kevin said, I don't even think Mahomes' brother got called TikTok Boy. That's a shot, man.
Good one by A.J. Brown. You know it's good when it starts trending across the country like it did last night. TikTok Boy. And look, it's even on ESPN right now, too. I'll hold you when you matter most.
Pathetic.
That's horrible. All right, that's our show. We'll react to Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, Texas A&M, Kentucky, Mississippi State, TCU, Iowa State, Xavier, Marquette. All those games tomorrow on our new live show Thursday at 9 a.m. Central Time. We're about to sit down and chat with our boy Sterling from ChampiesChicken.com. Don't forget you see the guys tonight at Odie's on a Wednesday night for trivia. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go. Day after number one goes down again in college basketball. A lot of big wins, and that SEC standings gets a little bit tighter. Nick Saban adds somebody to the coaching staff, and a lot more to get to today, as we're just simply 191 days away from week 0 of college football. XFL cranking up this weekend. Yawn, but maybe we'll fall in love with it. We'll find out. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Tyler's in for Rockstar, who's on the road somewhere in Texas. Forrester in Lunsford. And then out in our social media command center is Taylor Korn. She's out there handling everything at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. Like and subscribe and give us a thumbs up wherever you're watching or listening to us today. So last night, the game played out. No matter what you thought the score would be or who you thought would win, you figured it would be one of the more physical basketball games you would see, because you had the two best defensive teams, or two of the better defensive teams in the conference and in the country playing, and it was as physical as you could have imagined.
Oh, man, and early on it got chippy. You know, it got to the point where you thought this might be getting out of hand a little bit. We might get some technical fouls thrown in here. There ended up being 39 total fouls. But we talked about how balanced Alabama was, how they were able to handle Bruce Pearl and, you know, his game planning, you know, guarding the perimeter. I mean, Tennessee is just an elite defensive team. And, you know, we question their offense, but when Tennessee scores 68, they should be fine.
They should be. You know, they can really muck a game up. Tennessee can. I mean, they get you out of your character, out of your flow. In Alabama's case, out of your tempo. For Alabama to score 59. You know, and they did a pretty good job on Brandon Miller. He hit that hot streak there in the second half, but they held him to 15 points, which is a pretty good job on him. You know, that's just who they are. Vescovi, you can't give him a single open look. I mean, you can't give him any daylight whatsoever. He will kill you, and he's just good enough to give them the offense they need with that defense.
Yeah, and Ziegler is good. I mean, they've got good guards. It's like Rick Barnes is like, we're going to limit you guys, and let's just win with defense.
That's right. And that's been his philosophy. Give me cut 4. Let's go back to our Next Hoops podcast last night, right after the game live. Riley Norris, former Alabama player, he talked about two things that cost Alabama this basketball game, and it wasn't really anything to do with Tennessee's offense. It was all about Tennessee's defense. Here's Riley last night.
You got to get more flow. I think Tennessee did a great job taking them out of rhythm. You got to get a rhythm, especially when you got guys that can knock down 3-point baskets. It's hard to, you know, you go down, you shoot a ball within 5 seconds of the shot clock, and you're going to guard for another 25 seconds after that. So you got to get a rhythm. You got to get some transition baskets, and ultimately it came down to turnovers. I mean, you look at the turnover battle, it was 19-8 in favor of Tennessee. So you can't go on the road to, you know, a good Tennessee team like this and expect to win with 19 turnovers.
Riley Norris last night, you can see that whole interview, and talks about other basketball on all of our platforms. So 19 turnovers. Tennessee's defense was that good, but it also disrupted Alabama's flow. Sears was a nothing offensively last night. Mark Sears, who's been so good.
Yeah, 1 of 6, just 2 points, 3 turnovers.
Couldn't create a shot. I mean, that's what they did really well, was just kept him from creating anything.
And the guy you raved about for a couple of days, Rylan Griffin, was barely on the floor.
Bad night for him.
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, really bad. And I know, and he's one of those guys that is so polarizing with Alabama fans, but Javon Quinterly. You know, he's a spark off the bench, but, man, he was a turnover machine.
He was. And, you know, I watched the game, and I thought Quinterly did not play well with those 6 turnovers. And this makes you, like, sometimes I just wonder the analytics, you know, if they paint a true picture. People are so heavy on analytics. He was actually one of the few Alabama players that was plus.
Yeah,
I don't know how you watch him and say that guy was +3.
He was 1 of 5 from the field with 6 turnovers. And that turnover, when Alabama cut it to 6, and he's coming down, and he's got an opportunity to take it to the rack or maybe kick it out, and he turns it over there. That was the one that really jumped up.
17 minutes, 3.6 turnovers. You're better in Tuscaloosa than Knoxville if you're going to if that's how you're going to play. I cannot believe that guy was in the plus.
Yeah, but I thought, to me, most of his turnovers came in it felt like it was the last 6-7 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
That to me, it was all sort of clumped together at the end. I thought he was the fastest guard out there last night. He was better on the ball dribbling to try to penetrate and get something going offensively than Sears was. Now I love Bradley when he's on the floor, but he can't play 40 minutes. Somebody else has to come in there. But Quinterly did not have his best night by any stretch of the imagination, but this whole team did not. Here, to me, the key stat of the game, Alabama was 6 of 20 at the rim.
Yeah.
6 of 20 at the rim.
And what were they on Saturday?
They didn't miss.
Yeah. They were 22 of 26 shooting for 2.
Yeah, they were 84%.
Yeah, and they were 6 of 20 right at the rim, within 5 feet of the cylinder.
I'll tell you what makes Tennessee such a good defensive team. You know, it's not necessarily the steals and the blocks. It is creating low percentage shots. And that's what they do. They frustrate you. They wear down that shot clock, and then you take a bad shot.
Well, that's what Riley was hinting at there. He goes, you play defense for 25 seconds, running all over the floor, running through one screen after another screen. Then you finally get the ball. You go to the other end. You shoot really quick, and then 5 seconds later, you're back running through screens again for 25 more seconds. Then you run down trying to play your pace. You shoot again. You either make it or miss it. Then you're running through defensive and blocks. And then it was the same thing. Auburn faced the same thing a few Saturdays ago. They maybe just not as much attention paid to that game because they were not the number one team in the country. But what was that game? 46-43?
Yeah.
It was the same type of officiating, the same type of style, two great defensive teams. And you just sit there and you have to battle it out. I joked on Twitter last night. I thought that game was more physical than the Alabama-Tennessee football game because how many open receivers did Tennessee have in that Alabama game when they were uncontested running down the field? There was more body-to-body contact last night in that game.
Well, you know, I thought it was bad shot selection from Alabama. Give Tennessee credit. They forced that. But then again, we talk about when Alabama doesn't turn the basketball over, when they've got single-digit turnovers, they're nearly unbeatable. But when they turn it over 19 times that lead to 26 points on the road against a quality team, those are games you can't win.
Well, 12 in the first half, and 12 was a number Alabama kind of been hovering around for an entire game, and they had 12 in the first half. And that's what happens when you play elite defensive teams. And Alabama was sloppy with it, as Bill has pointed out in the second half when it was still a tight game. I think it was Sears in the lane that tried the little one-handed pass, and he's like, hey, that's not, one-handed pass not working in this game. Yeah. The good news for Alabama out of this.
Is this Lenardi?
No.
Okay.
I hadn't even looked at Lenardi.
Okay.
Good news for Alabama out of this is there is a significant chance you don't have to play that team again until 2024. So that's the really good news. It's not like you play an elite defensive team like that week in, week out.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I asked that last night of Riley as well. Is this something that everyone's going to try to do to Alabama moving forward? Because Auburn, who is elite defensively, in my opinion, and Tennessee sort of they had the same game plan. Auburn, it worked for about 25, 27 minutes, and then Alabama sort of found its way, scoring 2-point buckets and one down at Auburn. And then Tennessee, a step up from Auburn's defense, but still, both of them are very elite. Tennessee does it at an elite level, and he says there aren't many teams in the country that can do this, to your point.
No, I don't know how much you've watched UCLA, but technically in KenPom, they're second defensively. They don't look anything like Tennessee.
UConn does. Now, UConn did it to Alabama.
Well, UConn is 19th.
Yeah,
and Houston, by the way, is 7th, who Alabama scored.
I was going to say Houston to me. When I watch Houston, UCLA, Houston looks like a better defensive team. And I think it might be just length. I don't know. But UConn's got a couple of bigs.
Yeah.
And so I think they defend a little bit different. And you said the good for Alabama was that. The bad is, back to Houston, I don't think Houston's going to lose again.
Yeah.
And again, if they run the table, they've got 6 more conference games. They win all those. They win their conference tournament. They're probably going to be the number 1 overall seed. And I think they'll block Alabama.
What Lenardi said immediately after the game last night, and you'll hear from Nate Oates. But first, let's tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. A stormy day, is that what we're expecting later today?
I just heard the kids. They were going to get out at 1:30 today. They've moved it up to 12:30 now.
Yeah, so moving up to 12:30 because some severe weather could be in our area in central Alabama. And if you ever have any storm damage like possibly you could have today, keep this number on standby because Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, they're locally owned. They're not going to be some out-of-state company, out-of-region company, or national company that comes in and try to handle things after a storm. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's Greg from Pell City. He rides around with our logos on his truck. He's local. He's got 10 kids in the area. He's not going anywhere. So that means he's got to give you unbelievable customer service because he's going to run into you in the grocery store or in church on Sundays. So that's why he gives you A+ rated customer service with a Better Business Bureau. He'll take care of you if you got storm damage. His crews will get out there. They'll take pictures. They'll put a portfolio for you together so you can give it to your insurance company and help you secure your property. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, the number to have on standby today or anytime this spring and summer, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. He's got an unbelievable relationship with insurance companies. They trust him. They trust the work he does, especially during storm situations. So he's a guy you can trust too. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Hit me up on social media if you need that anytime later today. Here's Nate Oates after the loss last night up in Knoxville.
Tennessee proved why they got the number one defense in the country. They did a great job on us. We turned the ball over way too much. I mean, they had 8 turnovers. We had 19 turnovers. We scored 2 points off their 8 turnovers. They scored 26 points off our 19 turnovers. To me, that's the biggest area of the game. It was their physicality. They got into our guards. We didn't handle it well. We obviously didn't do a great job preparing our guys to go against physicality that was going to come with this game, the underneath out of bounds where we turned it over a few times. We coaching staff's got to do better. I got to do a better job getting us ready to play in a game like this. We only get them once. If we get them again, it'll be the SEC tournament. So hopefully we're better prepared to play against a defense like this.
Yeah, now one thing you didn't hear Nate ever say in that post game last night was officiating. And I don't know about you guys. I wonder if Tennessee can get 6 officiating crews that will let them play their ultimate style of games in the NCAA tournament like they had against Auburn and Alabama, because they had 2 crews from the Auburn and Alabama game that let them body up and let the contact happen. If you get the officiating crew that you had, say, Auburn at Texas A&M, where they called Janai Broom for breathing on somebody or just touching somebody, that's not a good formula for Tennessee.
I was going to say that about Tennessee. I think this is a team, their offense can't give them enough help most of the time. This is a team that is going to have to be fortunate on their referee draw to get through this tournament. If you get some ref crew that calls ticky-tacky fouls, and here's a common misconception in college basketball, there is no SEC officiating
That's
crew.
right.
The guys that do the game last night, they're probably off doing a Sun Belt game tonight or a Conference USA game tonight or somewhere like that. They're in a different port every night. But the SEC does use a lot of the same officials for their games. There are guys that the SEC likes, so they use them. So they call a certain style of basketball. You get in the NCAA tournament, you may draw a guy you've only seen once this year or a crew you've only seen once this year. And if they start calling ticky-tacky, that's a game that could get them booted from the tournament.
It's strange because it seems like when you watch the Big 12, they let them play like Tennessee was able to play last night. And so I think this could be good for Alabama if you get one of those crews. You need to be prepared for these physical games.
That's right.
I didn't think the officiating was bad last night. I thought there was some block charge that were very questionable, but there always is.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was bad at all, but I am saying if you let Tennessee play physical, Tennessee is going to be hard to beat.
That's right. Every football Saturday in the SEC or in the college football playoffs, I always go in on a Saturday saying to myself, I hope Alabama has an officiating crew that lets the DBs be handsy.
That's right.
Because when the crew lets the Alabama secondary get a little handsy with the receivers, then that's a plus for Alabama, right?
Yeah.
If you're a great defensive team and they let you get handsy, then that's a plus for you, man. If they let you push the envelope, same way in football, and it's the same way in basketball as well. I mean, you get this. The old Spurs teams were really, really good at getting handsy on the defensive end of the floor back in their heyday, and you get that in the NBA. It happens in the NFL. If they let you play,
obvious fouls. I get. I just. If it's just right there in the middle, if it's a gray area foul, let it go. I don't know about you guys playing pickup ball. I was never a guy that called fouls.
no, you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
But a lot of people do.
But if Tennessee gets that guy, that's going to be trouble for them in the tournament, more so than a team that plays a style like Alabama. What Alabama doesn't want is a referee crew that allows it to get physical. If you run up against a UCLA or a Houston or something like that, that's going to be trouble for Alabama. So probably as much as any sport, the officiating style can really, really impact the outcome more than in college basketball, maybe than any other sport. And home court. I mean, you think about the two games we've watched Tennessee the most against Auburn, they let that game be extremely physical.
Yep.
To the point that, Wendell Green got fouled at the end and you got the no call. And then Alabama, I mean, they let that game be physical last night. That's on Tennessee's home court. I don't think Tennessee gets that same treatment on the road or a neutral site in the NCAA tournament.
Does Tennessee still go to Auburn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last game of the year.
It'll be interesting to see how they officiate that there. But, Auburn is also a team that sort of, I think, likes it when it's a little physical. So, that's sort of Bruce's DNA as well. Interesting. Tennessee's a good basketball team. Amazing they've got 4 losses. Amazing they lost to Vandy in Missouri before they got the win last night. So a good win for them. One they needed a lot and one they were fired up about. And then the blending of the football and the basketball win for those fans last night. They had a blast with that.
Well, I noticed one guy had a grease board where he could just write anything he wanted to, and he said, just like football.
Just like football. Well, the crowd was chanting that at the end.
Yeah.
Just like football.
No, I've already got a text from a Tennessee fan, and it was directed at Dunaway.
No,
he
he doesn't know his
DM'd me.
number?
Huh?
Is it
Mondelli?
Mondelli?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
DM'd me on
Okay.
Instagram. He's
You
like,
tell him to go F himself or something?
no, I said,
Because he said, Dunaway doesn't like me today.
no, I was just, I said laughing emoji. When did we get to the place? When do we get to the place where I can't say anything but put a laughing emoji out afterward to make it a joke?
I will tell you, he disappeared for years, and now that Tennessee is full force on basketball and football,
he's back to being a fan.
back.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to tell you what Lenardi said, but I just tweeted that last night, what Lenardi said, and I also put it in my Instagram story, and he wrote, LOL, go Vols. And I simply wrote back, you suck, laughing emoji. Right? Laughing emoji. I can say Mondelli sucks.
That's like saying
with a laughing emoji.
No offense, but. Well, I said no offense. I don't know why you took offense to it. I said no offense at the start.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then he comes back with LOL again, which, by the way, is the laughing emoji, but you're putting it at the front. LOL. Glad I got that reaction. Oh, Mondelli.
That's what he wanted. He wanted that reaction out of it.
By the way, Mondelli could break me in half. I mean, it's not like we're really talking smack to each other.
I don't think you want to be the number one team right now based on the fact that 8 have lost now.
Yeah,
and this is the most since 92,
I bet you if
93.
Houston jumps to number 1 Monday, they don't lose.
Yeah,
Not with that schedule.
But I was going to say, if Tennessee wouldn't have lost those 2 buzzer beaters, they might be the number 1 team in the nation coming up.
Yeah,
That could be, yeah.
They would definitely be on
Yeah.
the 1 seed line. Lenardi said the win last night took Tennessee from a 3 seed to the last 2 seed in his latest bracketology. He said Alabama drops from the number 1 overall seed to still on the 1 line as the 2nd highest seed. So they flip-flop with Purdue.
I would like to know, and there's no way to know this, what Alabama's margin for error is here as it relates to a 1 seed.
I think they can still lose again and still be a 1 seed.
Again, I think it's really important they get number 1 overall because, again, if Houston, for whatever reason, gets that, I really believe they're going to select Birmingham.
Yeah, but that doesn't keep Alabama out of Birmingham. All they can block Alabama for is the Louisville or whatever.
Yeah,
But
I
let
mean,
me-
2-1, basically, for those that don't understand who's watching us, 2 1 seeds can be in the same place.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. If Alabama was to win out with their schedule compared to Houston's schedule,
Alabama's already ahead of them.
Yep.
Alabama will stay ahead of them.
They're the overall 1.
and I don't think Purdue wins out. Do you
Yeah, because
guys?
Houston.
Of course, I don't think Alabama wins out. I think Alabama's still got 1 more loss.
They may. Houston plays Memphis twice. That's the 2nd place team in the Americans, so they've got to play a home and home with Memphis. Those are losable games, obviously. Outside of that, I don't know. I mean, the rest of their schedule pretty much is the bottom of their conference.
So Houston?
Houston, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Houston's a factor if Alabama doesn't lose again. As
I would tend to agree with you.
As the overall number one.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
But do you believe Alabama's going to go unscathed?
I don't. And
Well,
they're
going to be favored in every game.
We'll talk more about where Alabama is in the SEC standings and everything coming up as we move throughout the show. Interesting show ahead. Brandon Marcello with us at 11 Central. Gary Parrish, basketball guru guy, joins us at 12 noon to give us a reaction to what was a big night. Speaking of Purdue, LT, I mean, we get back in it tonight. Purdue at Maryland, 5:30 Big Ten
That's
Network.
A tough game, man.
Tough game for Purdue right
yeah,
there.
and you look at Maryland, this is a team that doesn't lose at home.
They don't.
Uh-oh.
They don't.
I smell steak.
Yeah. And,
I would.
You smell steak cooking?
I will tell you this. I have not looked at the number yet.
No, I'll look at it. Have you looked?
No,
look.
I have not looked.
All right. So are you going to try to set a number on it and play that number?
I would think that Purdue is I
got it right here.
I'll say Purdue is a 3.5 point favorite.
well, I think it's a little heavy.
Jim, what do you think? Have you looked?
I have not. I'm going to go 2.5.
You think Purdue's 2.5?
Yeah.
Purdue opened 1.5. It is currently 1.5 at Maryland.
Skinny number for
Skinny favorite at Maryland.
Again, Maryland's
for the new number one overall seed.
Maryland's 13-1 at home in the Big Ten.
Yep.
Steak
I
cooking?
tell you what, Lefty Drizel never loses at home, does he? I miss Rockstar sometimes. That's what he was throwing out there.
Only sometimes.
All right.
Richard Williams was a better coach, though, right?
Yeah, he won a national championship, right? I don't know if Lefty ever won one.
Gary Williams.
Gary Williams.
Williams, yeah. A lot of football to get to. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Slice. Getting ready for lunch today. How about Slice? Slice pizza. It's a unique pizza format. It's nothing like you order from the traditional the places you see commercials on television where they give you chicken wings and cheesy bread and all that in a big box. This is handmade pizza. This is gourmet pizza. This is the best pizza you'll ever taste.
They do have some good cheesy garlic bread, though.
Do they? I've never even tried it.
Really
I have tried it. It's good. Yeah,
So
I've had
it's like their pizza. One of the reasons I like Slice is I'm a crust guy, and their crust, I don't know how they do it, but it's fantastic, but it's really thin.
I thought you were making fun of me for being a crust guy the other day. I love crust.
No, I'm talking about the underneath crust. I'm talking about,
You don't eat the edges?
I'll eat the back end of the official crust sometimes. I don't want to fill up on the crust.
I eat the first piece. Normally I go crust, and then the rest of them I eat it up to the crust and just drop it and keep going.
But
It's one of the things I love most about Slice is the crust.
okay, their garlic cheese bread, though, it's the same. It's almost even thinner, and it comes with the side of the marinara sauce. It's a great appetizer, but it's almost like a pizza itself. But it's local pizza, local ingredients from our Slice. Our friends at Slice, I think we're going to be out at the new location next week. We're meeting about that today. That location in Crestline. The Bajaya brothers created this great brand. The late Jeff, great friend, Jason and Chris continue the legacy. 4 locations, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo, now Crestline. Get in, enjoy the specialty pizzas for lunch or dinner. They've also got great family pack specials, $75 for the 12 wings. Half pan of salad, any 2 of the specialty pizzas. For more information, get into one of the 4 locations or slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, when we come back, Brownie, can you do a little research and let me know what is real and not real about the Vandy Whistler? Because I've seen.
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know what is real and not real?
Do I think Mincy killed him, or is the guy actually dead?
First of all, is he really dead?
That's what I don't know.
When we come back, let's talk about that. Is he really? He's not, is he? We'll find out when we come back right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. UAB in action tonight, 8 o'clock, ESPN Plus or the Blazer Radio Network with our buddy David Crane on the call out in El Paso. UAB and UTEP. I don't have a number on that. Maybe Brownie will give it to us a little bit later this segment when he gives us our MyBookie information. Sanford, by the way, first in the SoCon. They may actually end up winning the conference now. Big win last night over North Carolina Greensboro. Buckyball wins that game 83-71 or 88-71 last night. Jeff Goodman raving about how dangerous this Sanford team could be down the stretch if Bubba Parnham continues to score like he did last night, 21. So if Sanford's in the tournament, Parnham's healthy and scoring, Goodman says sneaky tough, maybe 2-15, 3-14 matchup with Sanford.
Yeah, look, I think Furman is your 1 seed right now. Sanford's your 2. We ran into our good friend Frank Bromberg after the Sanford game. He came up to.
Well, I don't think so. I think Sanford's in first place now.
I thought he told me that they.
No, they're in first place. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, then I misheard. But yeah, he showed up last night after the game. He said, "You guys missed an incredible game." I didn't realize their tournament is going to be in Nashville the week before the SEC tournament.
Let's just stay up there the whole time.
Could we handle 2 weeks in Nashville?
No, we could not. That might kill a man.
Our friends at Precision Sports brings you our update on everything else that's going on in football, a new coaching hire in Alabama, and a lot more.
2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injured the elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
I don't get so excited when Alabama, hires an analyst for the analyst room over there. But I thought the one they announced yesterday, Ken Wisenhunt, is interesting because Tommy Rees is so young at play calling. Ken Wisenhunt, remember he was the head coach of the Cardinals when they lost the Super Bowl. So he took the Cardinals to a Super Bowl. But more importantly, he was the offensive coordinator of the Steelers when they won the Super Bowl back in the day. This guy, really good play caller, and I think can teach and sort of mentor Tommy Rees in his growth as an OC.
Yeah, when I saw the hire, that's immediately what I thought too. Is Tommy Rees such a young guy, still really learning the ropes, and Wisenhunt at 60, a guy that's got so much experience. I mean, began his career in the mid-'90s in the SEC at Vanderbilt, But I remember when he had that run with the Steelers as their OC, he was kind of the Eric Bieniemy. Everybody was like, he's going to be the next coach. Bieniemy still isn't. But Wisenhunt, when he finally got that opportunity with the Cardinals, he was really good. With the Titans, I don't remember the years really jumping out with the Titans.
Yeah, me neither. He's a guy I had just honestly forgotten about. I hadn't thought about Ken Wisenhunt forever since he was out of the NFL when last he was with the Chargers. But he had been an offensive analyst at Penn State. I had not realized that he was on James Franklin's staff as an offensive analyst. So he's a guy whose time is clearly done in the NFL, so he's back in the college game now. And I agree with you. I mean, you got an experienced set of eyes, a guy that has done and seen everything. I don't know that you would want him as your offensive coordinator if you're Alabama, but as a trusted advisor to a guy like Tommy Rees. And I'm assuming if Nick Saban makes this hire, Ken Wisenhunt and Tommy Rees probably, I'm sure if we dug deep enough, they've got some sort of history together or you know, they've gone to all these clinics or whatever. There's some sort of connection.
I didn't realize the former LSU quarterback Zach Mettenberger was his son-in-law, and Mettenberger also an analyst. And you just wonder if Mettenberger told Saban, "Hey, look, my father-in-law is looking for some work.
He needs a gig.
Well,
Let's get back down south."
As Brown said, he was at Penn State and did a really good job of transforming their offense to where they were able to use those two young running backs at a tremendous way the last couple of seasons up at Penn State, and especially last year. They had a really good running scheme and some more pro-style offense, something Nick Saban, you get the feeling that Alabama is going to look, not changing the playbook by any stretch of the imagination, but they're going to look more like they looked
in 2011, 2012?
Not that far back, but probably more like they looked in 2017 than they did in 2020. You know what I mean?
Basically between Kiffin and Sarkisian. In the tweener years between Kiffin and Sarkisian, you think that's what it'll look more like?
Yeah. So we'll see when we get there, but a little bit more of the run game and not more of the pass game.
You know, and I guess it's not surprising. I mean, it seems like every analyst at Alabama gets a job, so Wisenhunt might want to get back into coaching as far as a full-time gig.
Could lead to be an OC at the college game, a head coach of the college game, or back in the NFL.
But it is interesting because, I mean, there are some people out there that have got Penn State right with Alabama as far as preseason rankings. You know, I heard somebody yesterday's got Penn State as high as number 5.
Yeah, no, Penn State, I have it on my sheet right here, Penn State breakout. You see this right here, Brown? Penn State breakout season.
Yeah. You know, a random thing I know about Ken Wisenhunt, I remember this story when he was, I think with the Cardinals, that he grew up in Augusta, Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, and actually as a kid ran the scoreboard at the Masters on the 18th. You know that historic scoreboard they have that's manually operated? He ran that as a kid at Augusta. And it allowed him, because he was a volunteer at the tournament, to play Augusta National some.
Thought you were going to say he skinny dipped in Rays Creek.
Oh, he could have.
Will that get you shot?
It has before. Yeah.
So that is the analyst hire over in Tuscaloosa in college football. All right, before Forrester updates us on the Vandy Whistler situation, Brownie gets us ready for the games tonight. MyBookie.ag, where you have the Jags, Gonzaga, the Zags, and the Loyola Marymount rematch game tonight, 10 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. Purdue and Maryland, and Liberty and Kennesaw State in an ASUN game before Liberty leaves and goes to Conference USA, 6 o'clock ESPN Plus tonight. Both those teams are 12-2. Tell us about our friends at MyBookie.
Boy, that just right there, that's enough.
I just wanted to remind everyone how annoying it can be.
Yeah, people want that guy dead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind it to everyone.
And if he's dead, I'm going to feel bad.
You are. UAB Dunaway favorite 6.5.
6.5 tonight for the Andes team, 8 o'clock.
MyBookie.ag. Listen, what they want to make sure is you have a fun, pleasurable experience at MyBookie.ag. They also want you to be successful. And one thing they are willing to do is give you a deposit bonus so you get a little bit more you can play. Now, listen, you're like, well, of course they want that. A lot of places will do that. Well, yeah, a lot of places will do it, but you know what they'll also do? They'll throw in that fine print. You don't read it and you realize later on this money's not mine until I bet it 5 times, 6 times, sometimes up to 10 times. Hey, listen, there are no strings attached, no fine print there at mybookie.ag. You bet it once, it's yours. End of story. That's it. You bet it once, it's yours. Mybookie.ag. Now, to get that deposit bonus, you need to use code NEXTROUND. That is code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. All those games we talked about, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
All right, Forrester and Lunsford, educate us here. Yesterday, I see our buddy Mincy from Barstool acting like, maybe the Vandy Whistler had passed away, and I think I saw, a screen grab, but I never, I'm at that age group now where I either believe or don't trust anything I see on that magic box you guys call the internet. So tell me, is the Vandy Whistler still with us or no?
Well, first off, I appreciate Brown making my ears bleed.
That's what the
like
guy does.
The Vandy Whistler.
Yeah, just wanted to make it realistic, Scotty.
So here's the tweet that everybody kind of bid on.
Yeah. So this guy, I noticed on his Twitter bio, he says he's a big breaking news guy.
He's got a little D. Snyder in him, right?
He does. Yeah. Richard G. West. He's a big breaking news guy. He says, I think.
The Jeff Pack does look like a guy that could drop dead at any time.
Well, I think we all are, Lance.
Yeah, we're all day to day. But but the source WKRN Insider at the bottom seems to be fake as well. So you're telling me this is the one everybody bid on, which would tell me it's not true. The Vandy Whistler is still alive?
Well, I think if you're going to die, Forrester, excuse me, I don't think you put in there best known for his obnoxious whistling.
That's true. That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, so what do you know, Forrester?
Oh, as best I can tell, this is so that's a parody account, and this is completely false.
Oh, no. Sky's put the false stamp on it.
All you have to do is click the link in his Twitter bio. It's just a link to a picture of the Tennessee guy at the Alabama game when he flicked off the crowd.
Yeah.
So I think that pretty much tells what it is. And just scroll a couple tweets down, and you can tell it's a fake account, which does have almost 5,000 followers, I will say.
Wow.
Yeah.
But, that's why people bid on it.
So did they suck Mincy in on this, or was Mincy in on it?
I think they sucked Mincy in on it because this came out, and then everybody started making jokes. Well, obviously the last notable thing, I guess, that happened with the Vandy Whistler was the whole Mincy thing. And so it's like, oh, well, I guess Mincy killed him. So then Mincy made a video wandering the streets of New Orleans or something, like with his hair all disheveled. Guys, I didn't kill him. And then...
But he does say how gullible he is. I saw the video last night, and we had him in studio, and his own team was actually... We all knew what was going on, just because it was easy to pick up on, and Mincy was the one guy that didn't know the joke was on him.
Now, look, S Money over there is calling me a sick man, saying I'm disappointed. I don't care. I mean, I don't want the guy dead. I don't. If I watch one Vanderbilt baseball game this season, it'll be one more than I watched last season. So, I mean, the guy...
I will tell you, if you are a Vanderbilt parent or a Vanderbilt fan, or both, and you were going to these games and you had to listen to that shit all the time...
They embrace the guy.
I don't know how.
I don't either.
So Mincy is standing trial, according to our friends at Barstool, for murdering the Vandy Whistler, yet he's still alive. That would, if I'm Mincy, I don't want to give him advice, but that would be Exhibit A for me, is that, first of all, the guy's alive.
Yeah.
I would start with that.
Well, but if he is...
Your Honor, I rest my case.
If he is dead, you might get a hung jury. You might get one juror in there that's like, the whistling.
I did think it was funny when Mincy confronted him, but
all in jest, but SEC baseball fans, which starts this weekend, the Vandy Whistler is still alive. Bama Beth, one of our great female listeners from outside the great city of Nashville, will be up there for the SEC basketball tournament. WKRN is a legit Nashville news affiliate. I do not think they were associated with that tweet, though. He was barring their call letters, a source at WKRN Insider told him, which is what my belief system has always been. The best lie is a half-truth.
That's true. Yes, something that's just enough believable that you're like, oh,
That's right.
that could be true.
You use a lot of real facts to get your lie out there. The best lie is a half-truth.
Yeah. I don't know how that guy, I've never really paid attention to the story of the Vandy Whistler, so I don't know how that became his thing, but the times I have happened to see it, it is very annoying to me. But Lance, I do believe the Vandy fans kind of like it. That's
do you
like
think somebody was like, he whistled at something and they're like, damn, you're a pretty good whistler.
Good whistler. You know what you ought to do? You ought to go to baseball games and whistle all the time.
Oh, is that true, Jonathan?
What?
Brandon Godden has been named the new voice of the Braves on Bally Sports.
Oh,
it's not Tom Hart?
I'll confirm it. If they went away from Tom Hart, they made a huge mistake. If Tom wanted it.
They did not. Are you guys telling me that Tom Hart is not getting that job?
Well, if Brandon Gaudin gets it, he's not.
I've got to check and see. I'm friends with Brandon Gaudin for a second.
Are you really?
I don't know if I am or not.
John says Bally announced it.
Bally has announced it?
Yep, he's tweeting about it too.
Now, wait,
Brandon
is that
Gaudin.
the guy who does the voice of our Madden games?
It is.
It is?
How about
Yeah,
that?
it is not.
Yeah, it is 100%. Yeah, he's the voice of Madden.
So they've got the guy who basically sounds like Chris Myers.
Yeah.
That's now going to do Bally for the Braves.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, you didn't want to pay Chris Myers. Might as well pay Gaulden.
So this is him right here.
There he is.
Does he work in Nashville? Does he like do Sirius XM for some shows, or am I getting that confused with somebody else?
Well, he's a skinny cat, isn't he?
He is. They're gonna have to puff him up a little
So
bit.
was his
See, that
biggest thing
Southern-
on his resume the voice of Madden up until this?
No, I think he did something else.
His Twitter profile says play-by-play, Madden NFL, Big Ten Network, Fox, Westwood One.
Yeah, so he's done. I think I've heard him on a Westwood One football game. Driving around Sirius XM.
That's not as big as Madden.
It's
really not.
Well, but nobody knows who he is on Madden. He's just the play-by-play guy.
Yeah, everyone just assumes it's Chris Myers.
Is it Chris Myers? He sounds like he said
Yeah,
it like
it's Chris
somebody.
Myers.
Yeah, because I know Charles Davis. I know Charles' voice. Now, I hadn't played the Madden game in several weeks. I've completely lost interest in our Madden league.
Poll question.
I know Lunsford.
Cowan Equipment poll question. The Braves' biggest mistake in the last 3 years, not giving Tom Hart the new job. Yes or no? Phrase that up properly for me there,
And
Taylor.
tag Tom Hart. Jim wants you to tag Tom
Yeah,
Hart.
and
too.
tag Tom
Are
Hart.
you going to check, see if Brandon Gaulden follows you first before you start killing him?
I think it's a different guy who works in Nashville radio and Sirius XM.
Well, and as a lot of people are pointing out, these regional sports networks have had a tough time finding footing for decades now, and Bally's is in trouble. I mean, they're in financial trouble. So I don't know. I mean, a lot of people
Are they really?
Oh yeah,
Already?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They just bought all these things.
Well, they did, but I mean, these things they're tough. They're tough to keep afloat. Regional sports
and
networks
I
are
don't
hard.
know how well they're. They used to have one of the top casinos in Vegas. I think that's fallen off. Their health clubs. I don't think they're where they once were.
So the Bally's brand is hurting.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, Tom, a lot of people are like, hey, we get to keep Tom in SEC stuff, which I'm very happy about. I love listening to Tom do college basketball games and, the college football games. Unfortunately for Tom, a lot of times I have his game on mute, but I do think he does a very, very good job. That's no reflection on Tom. I don't mean it that way. I just mean the level of the game they're normally doing doesn't get my main
it's
TV.
It's a side TV.
Yeah.
Hey, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the next round on our venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com. Find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
The SEC basketball race, we'll talk about that because obviously it's a little bit more interesting now after Alabama finally lost their first game. And LT, Brownie, and us we'll grab the dry erase board. LT wanted to do this a couple of days ago, so now's a good time after what we saw at Thompson Bowling last night. 5 toughest hoop venues in college basketball to you. Toughest place to go play. Anybody got a list on top of their head?
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay, 5 toughest when we come back. Toughest places to play in college basketball. All that's coming up next segment right here on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Back with you on the Next Round. You know, when I throw that poll question out, I did not take into consideration that maybe Tom turned it down. Maybe they offered him and Tom turned it down. Because we've been offered things before and we turned it down.
Yeah, good point.
Not a lot.
I would.
Not a lot.
You're going to say we didn't turn a lot down, yes.
Not a lot.
I would.
We turned things down that didn't pay what we thought they were going to pay.
Yeah, I would say I think Tom would have taken it. But, I mean, I don't know, you know, the desperate situation that Bally Sports is in. See, I don't know, is your contract with the Braves or with Bally Sports? Like, do the Braves hire the announcers? I know they have to approve them, but I guess you would work technically for Bally Sports.
Announcers is the game approved by the Atlanta Braves in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I think you're hired by Bally Sports. You're approved by the Braves. But so it might just be that he's like, hey, look, this company could go bankrupt and lose the rights to the Braves, and if somebody else gets them and they don't like me, now I'm out of my SEC gig too.
Yeah.
Or he might have wanted to try to keep the SEC gig, and they're like, hey, we're going to need you for these September games. Those are huge games. And he's like, well, you know what? There's going to be some Saturdays. I'm in Columbia, South Carolina, so I can't do it.
We'll find out from Tom, obviously, but I'd rather play it up like the Braves made a huge mistake.
Okay.
Huge mistake by the Atlanta Braves, in my opinion. Part of the show brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Hey, we were having some meetings yesterday about some things we want to bring you guys this summer. And we can't wait to pitch them to our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. So in between now and our pitch to them, go up there and check out the best in your camping or road gear that you can get from JohnstonRVCenter.com. They're the best.
They are, Jimmy D, and right now they are doing the RV show pricing. So RV show is this month, and you may be like, I really can't wait for the RV show. I need to get something right now, or I really want that RV show pricing. And they're like, okay, no problem. You can go and get that RV show pricing right now at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com. They've got new units arriving every day. They're still closing out the 23s at Johnston RV Center. You can see it for yourself at johnstonrvcenter.com and get that RV show pricing if you click on the RV show pricing tab. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator. Financing available as well. That's huge. Financing available at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
All right, so venue is very important in college basketball, so we'll talk about that and get our list here in just a second. But I do want to point out that with Alabama's loss last night, Texas A&M rallied from 9 down at the half. They are only one game back. They're still sitting there with 2 losses. So Alabama's lead now just 1 game for the SEC regular season. And oh, by the way, Texas A&M and Alabama just play each other one time during the regular season. It'll be in College Station on the last day of the regular season. So this race, if Texas A&M and Alabama were to win out, will come down to the final day. And listen, I know we give co-champions in the league. I don't think they go head-to-head tiebreakers?
I don't think they do, but
but we all would know at that point that if it came down to, Texas A&M, Alabama final day, one game separating them, and a Texas A&M win, technically in my mind, they would be the regular season champion.
How do you feel about absolutes?
I know where you're going here.
I don't love them.
I'm going to channel my Lance Taylor, my inner Lance Taylor here, Dunaway. 0 chance Texas A&M wins out.
I agree.
I didn't think Texas A&M would win the game last night.
I didn't either, but 0 chance they win out.
And I would have bet a body part when they were down 9 at the half they weren't going to win the game.
I'd hate for you to lose a body part.
They lose Saturday at Missouri.
Their remaining schedule: at Missouri, host Tennessee; at Mississippi State; at Ole Miss, host Alabama.
I think they lose 4 or 5.
I was about to say, in fact, at Ole Miss,
they lose 4 of 5.
Yeah. At Ole Miss might be the only win in that group.
Yep.
State's playing much improved basketball. You saw Tennessee last night. Missouri, in spite of what they did at Auburn, is a tough out, especially at home.
Tennessee and Alabama go there, right?
Tennessee and Alabama do go there.
The rest are on the road.
Yeah.
At Missouri, I don't know what Missouri has left after Auburn took them to the woodshed this past week.
Missouri will be just
they
fine.
did beat Missouri pretty bad earlier.
82-64. But Missouri has improved since then.
agree.
You got to give them credit.
Except for their last game.
And State.
They looked horrible in their last game.
I mean, I don't think. Then Alabama looked horrible in their last game.
That was Auburn's most important game of the year.
Yeah, it was their Super Bowl.
It was pretty important to Missouri too. It just happened to be at Auburn.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to judge Missouri on the Auburn game.
And
Missouri
I didn't think
has played
Alabama
improved
looked horrible last night. I thought they fought.
I thought they looked horrible.
I did not.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you're judging Missouri on one game. You don't judge Alabama on one game. Is my point.
If I did, I'd be okay with Alabama. They fought their ass off in a tough place last night against the best defensive team in the country.
Both of them are in L.
Yeah, they both lost.
So Missouri's playing better basketball. I mean, you can poop on it all you want, but they're playing better basketball, and they'll beat Texas A&M.
They were playing better basketball. I'll see what they have if they throw in the towel after what happened to them at Auburn.
Why would you think they would? That's one game.
A lot of infighting can go on when you get broken. Sometimes things fall apart.
It's one game.
Yeah, we'll see if it leads to 2. That's what I'm saying. We'll wait and see. I'm not guaranteeing that Missouri's going to beat Texas A&M this weekend.
I will tell you that I'm willing to go a stake that game will not come down to the regular season champion.
Well, no. I thought you were going to do something on Missouri, Texas A&M this weekend.
I'll take Missouri straight up.
I'll take Texas A&M straight up.
There you go,
okay.
steak.
There we go.
Yep. What's the line in that game, you think, LT?
Missouri 2.5.
Yeah, I think Missouri will be favored.
Yeah.
And you're getting them straight up. You're just playing money line here.
Yeah, so that's a New York Butcher Shop steak bet update. We'll give you our list in a second, but first tell us about our friends at New York Butcher Shop, LT.
New York Butcher Shop, just a great place to stop, pick up dinner. Again, those huge deli sandwiches. A lot of people don't realize they've got a great lunch there.
I mean, the meat is stacked. Tight shop, Forrester. Meat is stacked. No joke, that high on those sandwiches.
You two can finish the sandwich. Majority of people cannot finish the sandwich.
Is that a fair assessment, Brown?
It is fair.
You're good at judging meat stacks?
Yeah, I like a good meat stack.
You go to the sandwich station, you put in exactly what you want. Yep. 5 minutes later, they've got it waiting on you. And it is gigantic. But outside of that, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken. Cut to order just for you. 2 great locations to serve you. Get in and see Jim and the guys. Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Andy says I'm being cocky about A&M not being any good. I mean, I think A&M's a solid team. I don't think they're, I guess they've done enough to get in the tournament now. I don't know that that's even a given.
You could have just put the period right after the word cocky, and you didn't have to even finish the sentence. Brown has been so cocky. Period.
Yes. He'll bet a
or
stake
about blank, and we could just do a little. What's it called when we have those sentences and paragraphs and leave blanks? You just fill out your own
Mad Libs.
Mad Libs. Could be just a Brown Mad Lib.
Brett from New Mexico, the old truck driver's with you. That I'm cocky about a lot of things. All right.
Let's do our rankings.
Y'all all just fueled Dunaway's fire there.
Let's go with our rankings that LT wanted to do earlier this week. Listen, Brown, we'll start off with you. We're not talking about just this year, and a lot of this is team driven. But I think I have the 5 places where I think the team is lifted up past the quality of the quality of their team. They get better. That's how I judge true home field. Like Brian Denny's a great home field advantage for Alabama because Alabama's good. That's how I judge. Yeah. I judge a little different on home field advantage. Not always the best record.
All right, I'm going to go number 5. Lance's favorite place, Hilton Arena, Iowa State. Number 4, Mackey Arena, Purdue. Number 3, the Octagon of Doom for Kansas State. Number 2, Neville Arena at Auburn. And number 1, Kansas Allen Fieldhouse. That's my top 5.
Now, see, I do like Octagon of Doom because Kansas State's always a lot better there than there anywhere else.
It feels like it, yeah.
Yeah. Hilton Arena, you guys love that. I haven't always loved it. LT, you ready for yours?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Number 5, I've got Pauley Pavilion. Like this year, you're looking at a UCLA team that's 13-0 at home, 7-2 on the road.
So are you going by this year or traditionally all time?
Well, I mean, if we go all time, yeah, Pauley Pavilion's on there. There's been ups and downs, but when UCLA's really good like they are this year, it's been a really good venue. And I tried to spread this out. Neville Arena is number 4 for me, Auburn. When you look at Auburn this year, 12-2 at home, 4-5 on the road. Number 3, Hilton Coliseum. I like it. Glad you've got it on the list, Brown.
I did, man. I put Hilton Coliseum on there.
Atmosphere is great. You look at Iowa State, 13-1 at home this year, 2-6 on the road. Number 2, Cameron Indoor. This Duke team is not good, but guess what? They're 13-0 at home, and they're 2-6 on the road. And then Fog Allen Fieldhouse. KU has dropped one game there, 12-1 at home, 6-3 on the road.
For me, I'm going to go the Pavilion at Villanova. Good home court advantage there. Love the way that looks. Not playing well this year. Mackey Arena at Purdue. Brown, I agree with you. Tough place to play, even when Purdue is very average. Allen Fieldhouse, you guys know how good it is. You say it. Cameron Indoor, you name it right there. Traditionally really good. And I go Auburn Arena. No matter the quality of the team.
It's Neville Arena.
Neville Arena, but Auburn Arena is what it was when they built it.
You're trying to win some Auburn fans.
Yeah. No, not at all. Auburn Arena, Cameron
Number 1.
Indoor. Allen Fieldhouse. Yeah, absolutely. Compared to the quality of team you get for Auburn and how they play at home, so much better there than anywhere else. That's a difference at Auburn Arena for that basketball program.
I'm just saying, just atmosphere. It's a great atmosphere, but Allen Fieldhouse is hard to beat.
Yeah, Kansas is usually really good. I don't think they get as much from the home court as Auburn does. Neither did Duke, or I would have put Cameron first. That's why it's my list. I go Auburn number 1 there as far as home court advantage. Somewhere down here is Coleman Coliseum.
Like where? Under your desk?
It's way down here.
Maybe does it make the top 10?
Yeah, it does not make the top 10.
20?
No.
Has Alabama lost a game there this year?
No, that's quality of team.
Oh.
I don't necessarily think Alabama plays that much better there than they do anywhere else other than Thompson Bowling. Thompson Bowling is somewhere.
Too big.
It really is, but they
Thompson Bowling?
They took some seats away when they put those skyboxes.
Yeah, you're
there.
right, because they built it to be bigger than Rupp, right? That was their goal.
So it was more than like 24.5.
Yeah, it was more than 22 there for a while.
Yeah.
And then they took seats away. I think it's down to 20, but they put a big wall of skyboxes.
So basically, that we made our point. We're bigger than Rupp. Now let's shrink it down to something we can fill up.
I wanted to put State Farm Arena for Illinois because I think Champaign is one of those atmospheres where they are on top of you.
Well, it's got the weird design, but they let their students stand basically on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, they could drop stuff on the floor.
Yeah. So I do like that. A lot of the Big Ten places. Mackey, I like the Michigan State home court, Michigan's home court.
Typically, Pac-12 and Big Ten have got the best home courts as far as people on top of you.
Yeah, all the Big Ten venues, most of the Big Ten, I won't say all, most of the Big Ten venues remind me of, just the way old school college basketball arenas. I don't know if any of them are new.
Again last night, I know they almost blew that 19-point halftime lead, but another top 25 win for Northwestern and Chris Collins. And that atmosphere watching on Sunday against Purdue, man, they go nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, just LT wanted to get those top 5 lists out this week. There they are, coming off an Alabama loss last night. It's the number 1 team in the country. Pretty crazy top 15 stat. If you watched the broadcast last night, you saw it, and added one to the loss column. We'll talk about that and a lot more as we continue on right here on the show that's brought to you from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. Remember, if you're looking for a lot of fun on the weekends, Birmingham Racecourse and Casino, great place to get out to on the weekends. Proud sponsor of the Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get going. Our friends at Wayne's will give you a special offer celebrating 50 years here in just a second. But Troy with an amazing story over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. 4 great locations, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Go check them out right there, including the new location in Pell City. Tires, bumper-to-bumper service, everything. Troy says yesterday was his first time to bet at mybookie.ag. He used our promo code. He jumped in there. He was 1 win away from hitting a 5 and 1 win away from hitting a 17 parlay last night.
My advice, don't play 5 and 17 parlay.
But 1 win away. The only one was Furman, who was a 16.5-point favorite against Citadel. Had him in both of them, and Furman cost him the 5 and 17 parlays.
Imagine this, if you just would have done a straight-up number on all those teams. Like if you would have bet $100 on all 5,
so now
all 7,
yeah,
now
so
you're 4
6
and 1,
4 and 1, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so explain that to those that may be. Again, we always say gamble responsibly. But your advice would be what? If you're a guy who loves to play the parlays, and we'll just use a 5-team parlay. Explain to us in a little slower fashion why not to play a 5-team.
So the 5-team parlay, depending on where you're getting it, I've seen people pay as high as 30-1 on a 5-team. Probably 25-1 is what you would get on there. So a lot of people like to play these long shots and only put $10 on it with an opportunity to win a lot.
That does sound enticing, right?
But I can't tell you how many people that I see play a 5-team parlay or a 4-team parlay and go 3-1 or 4-1. And just imagine if you just would have played those games straight up. Now, the other side of the coin is you've got to have that money up front. So in order to play 5 games at $100, $500, or $1,000, you've got to have that. So you've got to put that money up. So it's a little bit different than betting a $25 parlay. So, I mean, I see the side, and it's a little fun to have that out there, but your odds are just, I mean, that's why you get 25 and 30, and on 10 teams, 150 to 1 odds.
Other than the night I rolled for 45 minutes at a craps table, my favorite Vegas win of all time was a 5-team parlay. And I think it was a $50 I put down on it and won a lot of money.
Yeah.
It was,
I mean, they're fun.
Obviously, it wasn't this past trip when I went 2 and 30, but it was a time before that.
It's a true story. And now a lot of books won't do this, but, baseball odds, you get these underdogs at, plus 220, plus 240. We had a friend that you guys know, and on one Sunday, and I'm not exaggerating, he put in he probably put in more, but he put in 2 10-team baseball parlays, all underdogs. And he won $60,000 on the 2.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why people like me and Troy do this all the time.
But again, those were the odds that were compounded. I don't think books will take those kind of odds on baseball anymore. I think they limit you at how many dogs you can actually put in one of these parlays. Because, why would you not? If every day during the baseball season you play, $10, $20 on one of these 10-team parlays, eventually somebody's going to hit some of these. But he hit 2 in one day. And this is back in the days when the offshores would just send you an envelope, actually a FedEx package full of cash.
Full of cash?
You what?
Oh, yeah. No, they sent him 2 different FedEx packages with $60,000 in it.
Man,
Shut
that is
the
so.
screen door.
Why are you FedExing cash? That is so dangerous.
How else are you going to do it?
Well,
I don't know.
Western Union?
Actually, FedEx secures it.
I don't know if they do cash.
I think they did it one time.
I don't know.
You're not supposed to send cash.
Yeah, you're not supposed to
we
send
used to
cash.
send cash FedEx all the
Yeah.
time. And what we would do is we'd just get the receipt. So we would have the receipt.
Yeah.
So we would be able to, if it was ever disputed, and I'll tell you what, I'm not going to knock on wood because I don't do it anymore, but we never had a package lost, ever.
Yeah.
I had a...
it only fell open once for Kentucky basketball back in the day.
I know. No, they were FedExing cash with Kentucky. Commonwealth Stadium as the return address. They literally were doing
But
that.
that was football, right?
Yeah, that was Kentucky
Yeah.
football. That's when they got hit with probation.
How Mummy was involved
Yeah,
with it.
that guy I watched, I told you guys about that. He did a series of videos about how he was running a drug ring when he was in college at Oregon. And he got involved with the mob in New Jersey because they found out he had ties to the best weed and the best coke out on the West Coast. So he was basically shipping it across the country. And he was talking about how their only option was using FedEx, UPS, and U.S. Mail to ship the cash back and forth. But he said you just worked into your business plan that there was going to be some of it that went missing.
Well, Kevin
That, like
says
somebody was going to open the package, realize what was in it, and the package disappeared.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Obviously, with the FedEx, it's sealed, so it's hard to do. Kevin said, why would you just not wire the money? Well, you've got a paper trail.
Yeah,
there.
absolutely.
But,
One thing you don't want to...
during the pandemic, before we had Delta 8 and Delta 9 legal here, and I needed some sleep, I had a buddy in Denver. He would just get a shoebox, and he would just mail me edibles.
What would he put? I mean, like, would he put his return address?
No.
That's what I'm saying. What would he put for the return? If you lose it, you lose it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no return address.
By the way, Troy
Never
said,
had a problem.
Thanks for the advice, Lance. I feel worse now.
Well, I'm just saying.
CallWaynes.com. Happy 50th anniversary to our friends at Waynes. They want to say thank you to you for 50 years of great business, growing as a small local company here in Central Alabama to a regional superpower in 50 years. It's a great American success story, and they want to say thank you to you, the loyal customers of Waynes, by giving you $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services. Pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services, $50 off. In fact, you can stack those, save $100, save $150, save $200 on those services. And here's the best part. It's not just for new customers. So many offers are just for new customers. This is new customers or existing customers. So if you've been with Waynes for 50 years, they want to say thank you and still give you this big discount right now. And you can do it all the way through February the 28th, but you have to use the promo code TNR. TNR. Raise your hand if you use Waynes. We all use Waynes right here. We're Waynes customers. We can take advantage of this too by using the promo code TNR. You do it today. Save that money on the pest, termite, lawn, and mosquito services through February 28th. Go to the website, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or literally call them up through February 28th and use the promo code TNR. are. Phone calls coming up in a moment, 205-734-0923. If you want to react to what we saw last night up in Knoxville. Alabama, number 1 in the country, loses to number 10 Tennessee. Lenardi says the Tide still number 2 overall. Paul sends us the latest Lenardi sheet that he sent out this morning. Purdue plays tonight. He says if Purdue loses tonight, Alabama will flip back to the number 1 overall seed. He says Houston, with a win tonight, has no chance moving up to 1 or 2 with a win tonight. So they'll flip back and forth. That, according to Joe Lenardi, Joey Brackets this morning. Appreciate the info and the notice there from our friend Paul. Texas A&M wins last night. Kentucky got a big win last night in a crazy atmosphere over at the Hump at Mississippi State. The whiteout, and Kentucky survives that one. Questionable call late in that one. Was it a travel? Looked like a travel to me. Looked like a travel to a lot of state folks. But
Kentucky getting a call, you tell me?
Kentucky got a call outside of Rupp Arena.
Jacob Toppin and Sheboy both show up. If Oscar Sheboy and Jacob Toppin are playing really good basketball, Kentucky, can be a factor in the NCAA tournament. Guard play has not been good. That was a great atmosphere last night. State had won 5 consecutive games, so nice bounce-back win for Kentucky.
And Sanford is first in the SoCon. And a little comment, a little quick conversation here about Chris Beard, domestic violence case dismissed. Randy with an I, True, his fiancée, sort of changed her story a little bit through the process. Her most recent statements led the DA to believe that they could not convict without a reasonable doubt. So they dismissed the charges. And Chris Beard, who, by the way, is 237-98 as a head coach. He hasn't even lost 100 games. 237-98 as a head coach, is now without work. He got fired back on January 5th at Texas, and he's out there. How good of a candidate is Chris Beard?
I fire Kermit Davis today and hire him.
The Ole Miss head coach.
The Ole Miss head coach. If I am Keith Carter, I am first in the game, man. I show him. You're going to fire Kermit Davis anyway.
Yeah, you would say, come on and coach him out the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, if we could hire you right now, we'd hire you right now. If we were going to any sort of meaningful postseason outside of in Nashville, we'd hire you to coach that too. I would hire him today. All you got to do is be willing to swallow the 48 to 72 hours of the Dan Wolkins of the world, the Christine Brennans and Nancy Armours of USA Today talking about what a despicable program you are because you hired this guy. You got to swallow that for about 48 to 72 hours. You're going to get some fans pissed at you. But the way our country works is we move on to the next thing we're pissed off about. So they'll only be upset for a little bit. You'll get past it. I could even be Chris Carter if you want me to, or Keith Carter, excuse me, if you want me to. I'm not scoring touchdowns. I'm running an athletic program. I could be Keith Carter. I can tell you how to handle this in the press conference if you want me to.
You know what's strange is you had a feeling these charges would be dropped because it's his fiance, and if she wants to live a life of luxury, she's going to drop these charges.
He lost $7 million a year deal, right?
Yep. Yeah, if I'm Chris Del Conte, and I know Rodney Terry's done a good job up until this point, I even circle back. I know it's difficult to do, but if I'm Chris Beard, I don't take the Ole Miss job. The Ole Miss job is a really difficult job. Texas Tech was difficult.
Hey, he took him to the Final Four.
B. Foshi, Louisville should hire him. I mean, it's been a disaster. Mark says Ohio State will take him right now.
I'm Ohio State. I hire him in a heartbeat.
Here's the thing, though. Remember Andy Katz, and I was surprised at what Andy Katz said. I think it was 3 weeks ago. He was on this show, and I asked him directly about Chris Beard. Will he be coaching a major program next year? And he was like, no.
Yeah.
He's got so much work to do to revamp this image. And I kind of agree with you, Brown, as far as our society, something new will come along, a new scandal.
Right.
You will deal with a shitstorm for about 48 hours to maybe even a week. But after that, it'll go away. Chris Beard will win games for you, and everything will be fine.
If in a perfect world, I hire him the Monday or Tuesday of NCAA tournament week, or I announce it then. Because to Lance's point, you get the bad press, but you know what happens Thursdays? The tournament tips, and everybody's done with me. And then I move on, and we're good to go. And if I'm Keith Carter, I sit in that press conference, and I'm going to get asked the question. I know I'm going to get asked the question. I'm going to say, hey, look, I wasn't there. I got no idea. But here's what I do know. I've talked to Coach Beard, and I've talked to Coach Beard. Is it his wife or his fiance?
Fiance.
I've talked to Coach Beard, and what's her name with an I?
Randy with an I.
I've talked to Coach Beard, and I've talked to Randy with an I. And they have told me what happened that night. And now it's up to them if they want to share that. But they have shared it with me. I'm not going to violate their trust by sharing it publicly. And based on what they shared with me, and based on the fact that the district attorney in Austin did not file charges, I am very comfortable making this hire. And I know there are a lot of you that are going to be skeptical. You've already passed your own judgment. You've been judge, jury, and executioner. But I've had the opportunity to sit down and talk to everyone involved here.
Yeah, the problem, though, is I go back January 5th. So this went down December 12th.
Yep.
He was fired on January 5th. And for Chris Del Conte and the Board of Trustees to get together and say that Chris Beard is unfit, they saw all of the facts laid out. You know, you would have thought that they would have at least waited till this process played out and these charges are dropped, and then it wouldn't be as bad if Texas retains him. Whatever was in that report must have been really bad.
But what kept them from? Just kept him suspended without pay until the legal system.
That's why I'm saying it must have been really bad.
Or they didn't want to stomach the firestorm that comes with it.
Yeah,
and it's easier to cut bait and go to somebody else than stomach people having to ask you the questions. And if I'm Keith Carter,
I don't know why it's not simple to say, hey, look, we live in a society where you're supposed to be innocent until guilty. We know that doesn't exist anymore.
Nobody listens to that. Yeah,
that's the way it should be. Hey, he's a guy that we hired. He's done well. We know him between these walls. We're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Nobody has any loyalty anymore.
But Lance, it goes beyond that. It's that these athletic directors, Chris Del Conte, for whatever reason, doesn't want Nancy Armour and Christine Brennan at USA Today writing an article about how awful he is.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, if one of you guys gets accused of killing the Vandy Whistler,
right,
and there's pretty good facts, until you are proven guilty,
standing by us?
I'm standing by
Thank
you. You guys are here. We're going nowhere.
Are you suspending me without pay?
Even if we lose sponsors? I don't think so.
Nope. I'll stand with you.
Yeah. Even if we lose sponsors?
Yep. Even though you never miss an opportunity to dog me, Dunaway, I'm going to stick with you, man. Yep. I am going to stick with you.
I'd never dog you, Brown.
Oh, you just incited the chat room.
I was reading
people that I've. You could have literally said you could have stopped with Brown is cocky about blank. Yeah, that was not in the chat room.
You
just created that.
That was a late hit.
No, that was a late hit.
I did not entice them.
They got to go. Call two of the others. Me and if it's you, me and Brown. And we've got a good place to put the body where we don't have to go through all this.
Well, and I agree. I understand what Josh is saying. Charges being dropped not equivalent to being innocent. I'm not saying it is.
No.
But I am saying if I am Keith Carter and somebody says, well, why did Texas fire him? You'll go have to ask Chris Del Conte that. I don't know. All I know is I have sat with Coach Beard and I've sat with Randy with an eye. I have listened to their stories about what happened that night, and I am comfortable with their description of it and comfortable with Coach Beard being our head coach.
Yeah, legally it's been dismissed.
That's right.
And look, this guy had no prior track record at all.
Yep.
And this guy can coach basketball.
And when somebody says, yeah, but, if somebody says that, yeah, but, that doesn't make him innocent. Hey, look, I'm not the judge and jury here.
But also it doesn't make you guilty.
That's right. I'm not the judge and jury here. I'm not here to convict Coach Beard. I don't think you should be either. He is our head coach. I have listened to his story. I am comfortable with it moving forward. That's going to be a tough press conference to have if you're Keith Carter. It's going to be tough. You're going to have to have a stomach of iron for about 48 hours.
Yeah, I'd like a Cowan poll question.
Yeah, but also he said what brings up a good point. Now all of a sudden you have invested your school and your reputation on if Beard does it again.
That's what I'm saying.
Allegedly,
you've got to meet with him and come away feeling comfortable that he's not going to. And you never really know. But
and I meet with her, too.
There's zero doubt.
Are you guys moving forward with this relationship? Obviously, there's a little toxicity in this relationship. I need to make sure where you guys are.
That's right.
Maybe even put a clause, hey, you need to get rid of her.
Don't misunderstand.
Well, no,
it's in the contract.
I'd heard through some people who know some people.
Now we'll pay her about
these are people that know people.
Yeah, that there had been friends of his who had said y'all's relationship is not good for each other.
Well, it seems as that's the case. I would have a difficult time believing that.
And I think somebody was telling him professionally, you guys do not need to be together.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of relationships that we don't know about, people we know that go through similar things, and it's combustible. And one day it is that powder keg, and it's going to blow up. And this happened, and a lot of times it will happen a second time. So I do see that concern. But I'd still roll the dice.
Yeah. Again, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying you just ignore it. I'm saying if you're Keith Carter and you do have this meeting with him, and you do trust them, and you are ready to move forward with this, you move forward with it. Now, you can't just ignore it. Like, if you have that meeting and you're like, God, I think he's going to hit her again, yeah, allegedly, of course you don't hire the guy.
From the file of the dumbass, I'll open this one up. Oregon head coach Dan Lanning has had to dismiss former Alabama receiver Trayshawn Holden, who leaves Alabama, goes out there after 3 years in Tuscaloosa, and is arrested on charges of menacing, coercion, and unlawful use of a weapon. So Trayshawn Holden, innocent until proven guilty, but dismissed by Dan Lanning. He has seen enough of the information to go ahead and dump a receiver that was going to help that team tremendously this year as a playmaker for the Oregon Ducks.
Again, you get opportunities, and you get second chances and even third chances. And, there comes a time, man, where you've just got to cut bait sometimes. Again, I do believe innocent until proven guilty, but Trayshawn, unfortunately, has got some baggage.
That is a situation where Dan Lanning looked at the charges. Holden, who's still in jail as of Wednesday afternoon when the story I was reading was written, decided we're not going to hang around for this. We're going to go ahead and move on. So something to keep an eye on out there in Eugene with Trayshawn Holden, who has now been dismissed from that Oregon football team. A lot more football to get to as we continue on. And Tyler today, just from the lighting on you for a second, it looked like you were back there doing this. It looked like this was what you were doing right then. And I was like, we have bored Tyler in this last segment.
Oh, I'm certain we've bored Tyler.
Yeah, but it was just the lighting on your face.
I thought be upset because you whipped his dick yesterday in Madden. Right?
Oh, we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, let's don't bring that.
Well, you sent out I didn't realize what the text was about, the group text.
You
so
sent out
obviously
a
you
group
wanted to
text?
gloat about it.
Tyler's not on the group text. He did.
I just sent it to the guys who don't use the hit stick.
The non-hit stickers.
The non-hit stickers.
That's right.
Yeah,
Jim declared it a win for the non-hit stickers.
It was
for
a
all
victory
of us.
for those of us that play Madden ethically.
Yes.
Yeah,
the ethically Madden players.
It was definitely a win for the non-hit stickers. He changed his defensive playbook, and I just could not do anything.
What defensive playbook did you go with?
He was in my backfield.
Yeah,
so
the whole
fast.
game. Yeah.
I blitzed everybody. You guys put a lot of. I think that's in everybody's playbook. I mean, Robert, how do you say Robert, the head coach of the Jets?
Saleh.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you guys think me switching to Robert Saleh's defensive playbook, he's some kind of guru? Everybody's got blitz everybody in the Madden playbook.
It's just different.
Anytime I blitz, though, for whatever reason, somebody is running wide open and they've got time to find him. That didn't happen for you yesterday, right?
Well, I mean, Tyler likes to drop back by about 30 yards on every drop back, and he only likes to throw balls 30 plus
That's
deep.
right. It's
He
run or deep.
He doesn't believe in dumping it off and letting somebody run.
So high percentage?
Yeah, it was not. It was not a. I mean, and he stuck with it. I'll go ahead and tell you. I think you ran the same play like 62 times in a row.
Well, the interesting thing when I walked out, you were up 7-0.
Yeah, I started off strong. I was running that same play where I just scramble with Taysom Hill and pick up about 20 yards, or wait for somebody to get open. And then after that drive, Jim figured it out, and I just couldn't get anything going.
Well, I just said, well, let's see what happens if I just send everybody. So it's a zero blitz. Here comes everybody.
What was final score?
What was it, 24-14?
Yeah, I think it was 24-14.
So he started talking smack to me like he was like, I can't believe you're going to milk the clock down to 1 on every snap. And I said, I can't believe you try to make me fumble on every play. Yeah. I mean, are you kidding me?
You really said that to him?
Yeah.
The guy that was kicking the onside kick up like 30 on me?
Yeah, milking the clock when there's
I'm
5
so glad
minute
you won this game.
I milked the clock.
Weird.
Good.
You're going to eat up 3 minutes of it?
I mean, you run the wing T. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, going back, I was up double digits on Forster. I should have run clock.
You know what I did? On first down, I would get a first down. In my first play after getting a first down, I did quarterback nil just to milk the clock a little bit more because I trusted I was going to get the first down on second, third, or fourth down.
I like it.
So I would do quarterback nil on first down.
Good strategy.
And just milk the clock.
What, were you not running on first down to pick up a couple of yards because of the hit stick?
Yeah, no. I mean, I didn't run. Once I caught every pass, I dove for the ground.
Every time one of my defenders got close to his guy, he would just dive to avoid me hitting him.
Well, how about we just outlaw the hit stick?
I tried to say that.
I've brought that up. That got shut down. Yeah.
So some people can't win
Yeah.
without that.
Yeah.
Well, I had negative 7 yards rushing.
It's hard to win with that
For
in
the
NFL.
quarterback nil.
Hey, at least it's a win for the realistic game. What an NFL game minus 7 rushing. Yeah.
But I fumbled twice on like the 2 with the hit stick.
You know.
No.
So you lost the turnover battle. You were minus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, we like it more realistic.
I didn't kick the ball one time though. No punter, no kicker.
Yeah.
I went for 2. I was like a Texas high school team. It was a blast. Loved it. Good win. I don't care if I win another game because you know what? I'm not going to win another game because the hit stickers are so much better. at this
They've
point.
got mad at you.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, Tyler's got our 4 downs today. Now that we've woke Tyler up, we'll get to him coming up. The show being brought to you in part by our friend Dr. B, who's got LT looking good, ready for March Madness. That hair's going to be on the road a lot lately, man. We got a Gulf Coast trip. We got a Music City trip coming up. You did tell us one place the hair.
We're going to be frolicking in the Atlantic.
Yes.
We haven't told people about that
That's
yet.
right. We're going to the Atlantic. One place you guaranteed that thing will not be going, that hair will not be going this year, is on a bracket challenge payoff. You guaranteed it on the show. You got to stick with that. You are not losing. That was your quote.
I feel good about
am
that.
not losing the bracket challenge.
Well, I think
this year.
Brown said he wasn't losing, didn't you? Or
No, I did not. No.
I think it was done.
I would never say that. Do
No,
you know how many
I-
of these I've lost?
I just say I play for second. I never
Yeah.
try to win it. I play for second.
That's right. Me losing it as well in the cards. Trust me. I'm used to this.
Dr. Beckenstein, the name everyone told me I needed to check out when the hair started to thin. He is the absolute best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net. If you're starting to thin, someone you know starting to thin, tell them about it. Be preemptive. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. Again, for more information, t3hair.net.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Back with you on the next round. Raquel Welch passing away yesterday, 82 years old.
So she was, we remember old Fuzzy Britches. And, yeah. No, so she dated a lot of, she dated Marlon Brando. He referred to her as Dragon Breath, though. Said she had the worst breath out there.
Marlon Brando, that's a terrible thing to say about someone.
I know.
Yeah, so she passed away.
Probably didn't end good.
You don't think so? You don't think her and Brando was probably tough to deal with, too, though, I would imagine. I mean, like, he's taking shots at her like he's got a lot of room to talk.
Was she
88?
Was she 82? 82. Okay. Was she the female in Planet of the Apes?
Isn't that where that photo's from on the poster on Shawshank?
I think she was.
Yeah. Like I don't know a lot of what Raquel Welch did, except
she was an Italian actress.
She was on posters when I was a kid.
Yeah, I think if you're younger than probably 50 or 60, the only thing you remember for her for is the poster in Shawshank Redemption. Like, you got to be pretty old to remember Raquel Welch doing something else. Like, the only thing I can remember is that poster in Shawshank.
Like old reference here, but did she do Playboy? Can somebody on the back row tell me, did she do Playboy?
I don't think she did.
You don't think she was Playboy?
I don't think, but she could have.
This is Raquel Welch in that Planet of the Apes?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the Fuzzy Britches poster.
Pretty strong.
It's fantastic. Yeah. Andy Dufresne looked at it every night.
That would have been the 60s or 70s?
That would have been 70s.
70s.
Yeah. That was back before people, I think Planet of the Apes was 73, 74.
Right.
That was back before people, what year was it?
What, Playboy? No, I'm saying she did Playboy. Jim Masters did Playboy.
Yeah. But I mean, that was back before people worked out. She's got good tone.
She really, your point is that back then,
that was before fake racks, too.
Most common people were a little chunkier back then.
I've always said watch the movie Jaws and just see there is no definition for anyone.
Everybody in the world is saying that's from 1 million BC. That's where that's from, not from Planet of the Apes.
So it's not Planet of the Apes.
Okay.
It's 1 million BC.
That's right. That's what everybody's saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Look good.
It's from Shawshank Redemption to me.
Boy, I will guarantee you there wasn't a woman 100 million BC that looked like that. I can guarantee you that.
BC or AD is all right by me. Do we have the cover of Playboy when she was on the cover of Playboy? There's never any nudity on that, so you can pull that up if you come across that.
Remember the one thing about the cover on Playboy? I know you read the articles all the time, but there was a hidden bunny on every
Always
cover.
a hidden bunny. I never really got into looking for those. I was very quickly getting inside because I was afraid somebody was coming home. But it was
Maggie.
No. I mean, they don't make Playboys anymore, right? They don't.
No, I don't.
They don't
think
publish
so.
the magazines anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got Raquel Welch and Sophia Loren. Those were the ones. I got him confused.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was the one that he called Dragon Breath.
Oh,
Sophia Loren.
Oh,
yeah. Sophia Loren. She was good looking as well, right?
Yeah, not as good as Raquel Welch, but yeah, she looked good.
You guys have been great on this. Brett says the poster in Shawshank was Melania Dietrich.
He is incorrect.
Not Raquel.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It was early on, but he transitioned posters.
Oh,
yes,
he changed
the
posters.
last one was the Raquel Welch. That's the one that Warden calls Fuzzy Britches. Yeah.
Chase says cocaine kept everyone skinny back then.
I was pre-cocaine. Cocaine really didn't hit until the late 70s, early 80s.
There's Raquel's Playboy.
Oh, it's a Baywatch. She got the Baywatch swimsuit.
She looks like one of the Robert Palmer dancers.
Yeah. I mean, what year is that? Can you read the upper corner there,
you think I can find the Playboy real quick?
Forrester, what year is that?
Hold on.
It's a Christmas issue. What year?
That's December 79.
79. Oh, I already see it over here, LT.
Do you really?
Yeah.
You think it's this?
Yeah, that's it right there.
I don't think it is because there's no Playboy. That's just ears.
Yeah, but I think the hole makes it, the hole of her swimwear makes it the bunny.
Yes.
That's my guess. That's my guess of the cover there. R.I.P. to the great Raquel Welch and her career. which we obviously knew a little, but very little about right there. Let's do our 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires, 4 great locations. Not just tires, but tires are important, man. And this time of year, you get warnings that your pressure's not right. You need to do this. You need to do that. They take care of your tires, get those things realigned, get them rotated, and they do bumper-to-bumper service as well.
Yeah, and remember, it's wintertime. Don't get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every single time with a battery check from our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations, as Dunaway said. Newest location in Pell City. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. There are locations all across the Birmingham area. Tell them that the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask about that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right. If you could go back in time and bring back one toy or discontinued food from your childhood, what are you bringing?
Superior Grill. No, they've still got it in Louisiana. We will be having a last call with Donnie Mitchell, who ran the Superior Grill here from '95 until its closing.
Just
a few months
stories
ago.
Stories of the 280 location?
Yes.
Oh,
and
that'd be
they
great.
will be outstanding. I've always said this is a lime Starburst. I really miss those.
Right.
I miss the lemonade Gatorade. Like, they've got so many ridiculous flavors. Lemonade was so good.
I don't remember the lemonade
Oh, it was
Gatorade.
great. Do you remember it?
Yeah.
I miss the grape milkshake from Cecil's Burgers in Jacksonville. I had a lot of people from the Birmingham area were going over to Jacksonville for the Northeast Regional Basketball Tournament yesterday, and they were all hitting me up about where to eat. And I sent them all to the same place. But there used to be a joint in Jacksonville named Cecil's Burgers, and it had a grape milkshake. And as a kid, I didn't know that was so crazy. I just thought
That's
it was
weird.
normal. But I brought it up to you guys. You've never had one. I used to love it when I was
I'll tell
a
you,
kid.
Pops had. I remember. I miss Pops in Heflin.
Because it was a great halfway point between Atlanta and Birmingham.
It was a great place to stop, and they had a butterscotch milkshake that was fantastic.
Yep. I would always stop for a milkshake there. I never had their burger.
Burger was good.
I never had their burger, but I would swing by and get a milkshake to finish that long 2-hour drive.
Speaking of burgers, are we going to talk about Rockstar's experience at In-N-Out?
We can play it. Yeah, I mean, he was,
Okay.
he was Rockstar.
Who's going to do it right before trash coming up here in just a little bit, about an hour. For me, it has changed, but cereals were even more sugary back when I was a kid. Captain Crunch, Fruit Loops, Frosted Flakes, they even had more sugar than they do now back in the day. I miss the old cereals.
So there was another one. I worked at Applebee's for a while when I was basically a kid. And so we got, I forgot if we got half price or free lunch. If you were working a double, you would get free. If you were working just one shift, you would get half price. But they had a thing called, this is back when Applebee's had just hit. So everybody loved Applebee's back then. I mean, did you guys like Applebee's?
Yeah. They had some sort of chicken. I think they called it Fiesta chicken. It had like cheese and some sort of sauce melted on top of it.
So I had the Salsa Club roll-up was my favorite.
Yeah, that was good too.
And I got it for lunch almost every single day, and I forgot what was in it, but it was basically a wrap, and it came with a side of salsa, and it had the fries, but I loved it.
Volcano Burrito from Lunsford on the back road.
I mean, I guess Mexican pizza is where you ever getting it back.
Volcano Burrito seems like that would do some damage.
Mexican pizzas are already back.
They were, and then they disappeared. Can I get one right now, Tyler? If I go to a Taco Bell, I can get a Mexican
on
pizza.
Saturday.
All right. Then
They're
they're back.
It just depends on if they've got the shells in, because they're different than the other shells.
Orange Julius from Forrester on the back road.
I never ate it at Orange
good.
Julius. Yeah.
I did. You know, the Orange Julius drink was so weird. And their hot dogs weren't that good. As a kid, you're rolling around the mall and you've only got so many options. So I ate an Orange Julius, but
The Orange Julius drink always made me do this. It made me go. At some point, you felt like you had something top of your mouth.
Well, it was almost like a melted milkshake too. Like you got it a little too late in the game.
Yeah, hand me this 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Second down.
They say it was too thick. I thought it was too thin.
Interesting.
All right. What's the best 80s movie of all time?
Breakfast Club, hands down.
I think it's Back to the Future. Or
John also said Back to the Future.
Yeah. The Raiders of the Lost Ark was 82. Is that right?
Again, when I went back and watched it with the kids, I don't think Raiders of the Lost Ark was as good as it once was. But Breakfast Club holds up. I mean, the writing, every character is so good in their different genres and how they mix together. And, even from, Carl the custodian, I just thought it was a fantastic. It's one of those that I can watch all of the time. So Breakfast Club for me.
Love the 80s movies, but I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to go Breakfast Club. What was the movie Fast Time at Ridgemont High? I loved all those type of movies. I thought it was a great decade of movies in the 80s. I mean, there was a lot of cheese involved, but I love the 80s movies.
But the cheese was really limited in The Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
I mean, where Emilio Estevez's character, after he gets stoned, screams and the glass breaks.
Yeah. Tank says Top Gun. I like Top Gun. Troy says Ghostbusters. I like that.
Pritch Law's got a good answer. Goonies, my favorite of all time.
Oh, yeah. You like Goonies, too?
I liked Goonies.
Was Dead Poets Society, Bobby?
I
was
thought that was
the
in the
80s?
90s.
No, Dead Poets Society, I think, was 89.
Oh, was it 89,
okay.
really? I thought that was in the 90s.
I did, too.
It's a good one.
Thought it was the 90s. That's a great one, too.
Little depressing at the end, but
Yeah.
Third down.
no, that doesn't bother me. Ferris Bueller was great, too.
Yeah.
All right, so last week, everybody in here was slandering one of my favorite jerseys of all time, the old school Toronto Raptors jersey with the dino on it.
God.
So
my
what's your guys'
Lord.
favorite jersey of all time?
Wait, that may be the worst jersey of all
not
time.
Jeez.
Terrible. The Houston Oilers had good home and aways, but my personal favorite's still out there, and it's USC's away jersey. I think it's just an incredible jersey, best of all time.
Jersey, not whole uniform. That's interesting because, I mean, the USC uniform, home and away, helmet, pants combination with that jersey is good.
And old school Rams. I like the away Rams.
You know, and I put, with this Madden craze that we have, we use a lot of alternate uniforms because nobody uses everybody's regular uniforms. And I hate to say it, but Brown's right about his Dolphins, man. The old school Dolphins.
And you dogged it out when they used it. You used to dog it out, but you like it now.
It's terrible colors.
I just got tired of them always. When I was young, it just felt like they always wore white at home.
They do at home. When
No,
they
the
play,
white's
it's
good.
1,000 degrees where they play.
Yeah, the teal is
Yeah.
teal is not good on anything.
Yeah.
I'm with Forrester. That Blackhawks jersey's pretty darn good, man. That
It
Blackhawks hockey jersey.
Yeah,
There's a lot of hockey jerseys. Somebody just said Maple Leafs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Toronto
Maple
Leafs were good. The old Hartford Whalers.
I like that one, too.
Was a wonderful, wonderful uniform in jersey. Quebec Nordiques. We're just naming old hockey franchises, WHA franchises.
The Anaheim Mighty Ducks.
I mean, you look up Quebec Nordiques, great jersey as well. Blackhawks is good.
I tell you, watching the Super
best.
Bowl, I like Philadelphia's old uniform, the lighter green with the lighter silver. Basically, they went darker on everything else. But the Randall Cunningham era Philadelphia uniform, I like it so much better.
I like SMU's when they didn't have SMU on the jersey or Dallas on the jersey.
Yeah, SMU can have the best uniform in college football if they get it right.
I'm torn between New England Patriots old, but if we're just going jersey, that factors in the helmet so much. I'm going to go, and I hate to say this, Dodgers home white.
Oh, it's so crisp.
Yeah, the home white jersey.
And the red numbers on there.
The red
that adds
numbers
a
and
little
the blue
flavor.
Dodgers.
So crisp.
Yeah, again, I hate somebody's calling me a homer over there, but you're right.
Yeah, the Dodgers.
Dodgers
are
great.
How about that
not
Lakers,
so much,
Lance?
but
Lakers?
I like the Lakers.
Yeah, of course you do.
They've jacked up. We were talking about how many. What was
Boston?
Boston.
It's the Celtics.
Yeah.
The Celtics have such good traditional
Lakers,
uniforms.
on Sundays wear white.
Yeah.
And it's stupid. Makes no sense.
Fourth down.
All right, celebrity birthday next Monday. Kurt Cobain would have been 56. If you could only listen to Nirvana, Pearl Jam, or Soundgarden, which do you pick? And you also only get the first 3 albums for each of those bands to make it fair.
Well, I didn't bother to look at what was on the first 3 albums, but I'd go Pearl Jam. I mean, Nirvana was good. I wasn't crazy about Nirvana. Soundgarden kind of the same way. Pearl Jam would be my choice.
Yeah, I mean, of all the musicians there, Chris Cornell is my favorite.
Yeah.
Such a unique sound. So I would go last would be Pearl Jam. I'm just not a Pearl Jam guy. Then I would go Soundgarden. I would go Nirvana. I wore out Nevermind.
I would go Pearl Jam, Nirvana, and Soundgarden, but I do like Chris Cornell. But when it's all said and done, I feel better listening to Pearl Jam. Nirvana keeps me in middle place. Soundgarden, occasionally I want to slip my wrist. So
wow.
Yeah. I don't get Pearl Jam.
Yeah, you don't get Pearl Jam?
I just don't get Pearl Jam.
Have you ever heard the story behind Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden?
I've heard multiple things about Black Hole Sun.
There were tons of theories about what Black Hole Sun was actually about.
Great song.
And finally they came out and said, literally, we were stoned out of our mind and we were watching local news and the newsman did a tease about something and I said, did he just tease something about a black hole sun? And we said we started arguing. None of us were right, but we're like, hey, that's a pretty cool phrase, black hole sun. So basically, they were stored out of their mind watching news.
Black hole sun's washing away the rain, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's washing away the weather forecast?
I don't know. When you're stoned, I don't think it matters, Lance.
I don't think they were stoned. I think they were stoned and probably heroin and everything else you could have in your system.
That is our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires, put together by Tyler, the no longer intern and yet full-time employee.
Hey,
not that either. He's the tweener, Tyler.
If you are heading to a college basketball game, maybe in Tuscaloosa or Auburn, Dead Battery's not going to get you there before your next road trip this winter. Take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Anytime somebody reaches out to me, they typically ask, which Vulcan Tire and Auto do I need to go to? Who do I need to go see? But if anybody asks about anything bumper to bumper, we always suggest Vulcan Tire and Automotive. When you're in there, make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. For more information, get into one of those 4 locations or VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, when we come back, Brandon Marcello at the top of the hour. But Mike Bobo is the offensive coordinator with the Georgia Bulldogs. One guy who was his quarterback explains to you how good Mike Bobo really is as the Georgia OC. That when we come back on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Brownie.
Nichols Outfitters right there in Pelham. If you want to stock up for the next deer season, if you missed this deer season, 50% off all deer hunting accessories through the end of February. That's all the deer calls, the scents, the attractants. See what the team at Nichols Outfitters has in store for you to make the most of your season. One of the largest firearm showrooms in the state as well. Knowledgeable staff when it comes to the outdoor lifestyle. 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the Next Round. Spring training underway in Major League Baseball. Two things you'll notice, even in the spring training, all the rule changes this year, and there's a ton of them. You'll notice it starting with the spring training games. You'll see the bigger bases, and you'll see the pitch clock that they'll use. Now, if you've watched college baseball or some minor league baseball, the pitch clock will not be foreign to you. And when I watch college baseball, the pitch clock really never comes into play. So I don't know if it's going to come into play in Major League Baseball or not.
The first time I saw it was at the WBC World Series back in Wichita in 1995. And, you know, when I was doing play-by-play for the Elkhart Dusters, Team USA was actually playing in that tournament, but it was 24 hours for the first 3 days, and so they put a pitch clock out there, but it never came into play ever.
You just keep that rhythm going, and you get going. So baseball's cranking up. Spring training's open for pitchers and catchers and going. Over in the chat room on our music conversation, Bobby makes a point. Who's it about? It's already gone.
Jason Isbell.
It wasn't Jason Isbell further up. It was about some artist who his
Scott
next
Weiland?
Weiland wasn't as good once he found sobriety. He was a better writer, better music when he was having problems with alcohol and drugs. And sadly, for a lot of artists, some of their best work is when they are in the deepest parts of their brain, which sometimes come with drug and alcohol use.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of creative juices that get going, but unfortunately for Scott Weiland, after he got sober, he fell off the wagon, and it ultimately killed him.
I think it's Tyler. Is it Tyler Childers? Yeah, it's Tyler Childers.
Yeah, okay. Chase P over there. Sobriety can be weird. People's music. Tyler Childers, for example. Brandon.
Yeah, so Tyler Childers, my oldest was telling me she really wants to go see him in concert, but apparently he does not like to perform the songs that he wrote when he was addicted, when he was battling addiction, because it reminds him of those things. The unfortunate things, those are his most popular songs. So you're kind of torn that, you know, this is what I'm known for, but it also dredges up some really, really bad memories for me, so I don't want to perform it.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's some people out there that hate their ex. You can't, like, I'm not going to hang out with my kids because it reminds me of my ex.
Well, I know, but apparently people go see Tyler Childers. Like, I think Lil T went to see Tyler Childers in concert. She's like, everybody got mad because he didn't sing his popular stuff.
Needs to push through it.
Yeah, well.
That's easy for you to say, sitting right there.
Even his second album wasn't as good as his first album. And I think he didn't, I think even back when he was using his second album, he didn't like playing his first albums. He liked at his concert to play his new stuff.
Yeah.
So that you would like his new stuff.
But boy, his old stuff's really good.
And ever since Charlie Daniels was on our show, I respect the fact that he said every night. I played Devil Went Down to Georgia like it was my first time because I knew people came to see it.
One of my favorite interviews of all time.
Yep, I agree.
Great guy there. Great folks as well with our friends at Maestro Dobel Tequila, the official tequila of the Next Round. We have a lot of officials up here, but only one tequila, and it's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-aged tequila. It is so good, so smooth. It's aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and of smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing.
And guess what?
The new box is here.
We've got a case on the way.
On the way.
But everything's accounted for, so I couldn't get you one this time.
Yeah.
But I'll get you a bottle next time.
That's right. That's okay.
My two are in there, though, right?
Yeah, your two are there.
Thank you.
Tyler's got one this time.
Yeah.
Are you even legal to drink? Because somebody asked me last night, they were like, the dude that's working for Rockstar, they were like, how old is he? Like, I expected he'd be in high school. And I'm like,
high school?
He's one of those guys that looks anywhere from 15 to 35. I'm not exactly sure. I would peg you at 23.
I'm 23, about to be 24.
That way, Tyler.
Brandon Marcello at the top of the hour. Here's cut 7. Mike Bobo's the new OC over at Georgia. But from our friends at Sirius XM SEC Radio, Aaron Murray, who was a quarterback for Mike Bobo, says this. Listen in.
One of the reasons why I committed to Georgia was because of Bobo and the fact that he played at Georgia. And obviously Coach Rick as well was a former quarterback. So I knew that I was going to get someone that was a great sounding board, that fit in my shoes, that understands what it was and what it means to be the quarterback at the University of Georgia, understands the day-to-day stresses and grinds of being in that position. And it was great, man. It was really beneficial for me to be able to talk to Bobo about life, about some of the stuff that I was dealing with both on and off the field. Always really, really receptive and really enjoyed the relationship that I was able to build with him both on and off the field because of that. And I think that is something that's, really unique and also very beneficial because he's able to, like I said, understand, what those guys are going through day in and day out when it comes to being a quarterback at Georgia. So he's going to get the most out of them. Just obviously he got the most out of me. Listen, I'm a 6-foot quarterback with good arm strength, not great. I'm somewhat athletic. And he turned me into a guy that holds almost every record in the SEC when it comes to quarterback stats. So if he could do that with me, I think he could do that with guys that are a lot more athletic and talented than I am. And right now he has 3 really, really good quarterbacks. I think Carson's an absolute stud. He can throw the ball with anyone out there in the country. He looked great last year when he came in. Brock, I thought, really improved as a passer, kind of watching him in spring and fall camp last year. We know how athletic he is. So I think, those 2 are going to get the majority of the reps, and we'll see what the young buck can do as well. But, I'm interested to see this battle come springtime.
That's Aaron Murray, and just very honest there, right? I'm 6 foot, somewhat athletic, somewhat good, not great arm strength, and he turned me into a quarterback that holds almost every passing record in the SEC.
Aaron Murray was really good, but he also played a long time, and these guys just don't play as long anymore. With that said, Carson Beck is a different quarterback, though. He is 6'4", 215, and he has a rifle of an arm. So, I don't think there's going to be any drop-off at all. As good as Stetson Bennett was, it might actually be an improvement this year.
I dumbed down Georgia's offense. He doesn't have to be amazing either. That's the thing. We're not bringing Mike Bobo in if I'm Georgia to hey, we've got to score 50 points a game to have any shot at winning. If he can just average 38 to 41 points a game, it's going to be hard for them not to go undefeated in the regular season.
Quick ruling was that a humble brag?
Oh, it was a humble brag, yeah. But it was a meaningful humble brag.
Yeah, I think there was a reason that he got to that.
But it was a long answer, and when he got to the humble brag part, he went really fast and softer. He turned me into some of the best records in the SEC. He blew through it really quick. It wasn't, he didn't double down on it.
Self-deprecating early on. I'm 6 feet. I've got a good but not over powerful arm. Yep. But I did break these records. He did.
Brandon Marcello joins us from his man cave coming up in the next segment. We'll talk some college football with him. I tell you all the time about the protein bars, Way to Wellness, that I use. I eat 4 of these a day. I'm about 2/3 through this one. Just such good. It's like a brownie with caramel on it and chocolate covering there. Fills you up. Got a lot of protein packed into that thing. Different plan for everybody. They've got some other services that help you jumpstart your weight loss. You eat your own lunch, your own dinner on the plan that I'm on, and I pick up 4 different kinds of these protein bars a week and go through those every day. It's a fantastic way to lose weight, to get your blood pressure and cholesterol in check, which is why I started using them. That changed my numbers. It actually took me off of certain medications for my blood pressure. So just a service that literally can save your life. That's what Way to Wellness is. Leslie and her board-certified team will meet you with a free consultation. There's no contract. There's no sign-up fee. To find out how, just go to this website, aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, this hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. That's Sterling's place down on 119 in Alabaster. How fun was it seeing Sterling yesterday?
Sterling's an awesome dude, man. Had some great ideas, too, and we're working on some exciting things coming up.
It involves food.
He does.
I'm on board.
He's a very interesting dude, but also a great cook, and he has a wonderful restaurant at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 down in Alabaster. Open for lunch now. They bring you this hour of the show those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the po' boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the southern fried chicken, all the great sides. See everything they offer at champyschicken.com. Order it for your parties, for your business meetings, for your enjoyment at home. Take it home or eat in the wonderful restaurant down there. Just a wonderful place. It's champyschicken.com. Go by there and watch the Daytona 500 after church on Sunday. Just hang out there and enjoy the drinks and all the great food right there. By the way, Alex Bowman and Kyle Larson will sit on the pole. The front row, Alex Bowman wins the pole for the Daytona 500. The rest of the field set tonight. Twin qualifying races down in Daytona. The Daytona 500 happens on Sunday. Brandon Marcello joins us here in just a second. Quickly, last night, number 1 Alabama loses at number 10 Tennessee. Lenardi says Alabama still number 2 on the big board, number 1 seed, second only to Purdue. And he puts out this morning, if Purdue were to lose at Maryland tonight, Alabama would be back to the number 1 overall seed, despite the loss to a highly thought of Tennessee team last night on the road with 19 turnovers. UAB in action tonight. And a lot to get to in college football. We do that now with our buddy, Brandon Marcello.
As we go to Brandon, how far away are we from SEC Media Days?
SEC Media Days, Brown, We are a cool 144 days away.
Because the SEC has just announced their schedule for that. So
Oh, wow.
144 days out, Chuck Dunlap getting after it. Brandon Marcello is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I only say it a million times a day. Don't know why I stumbled there. Brandon, welcome in. How are you today?
Doing well, guys. How are you?
Doing awesome. Thanks so much for being on with us. You can see Brandon at B Marcello, 24/7 Sports. Read his stuff, watch his videos, support him, like everything he does. We were just talking about Mike Bobo at the end of the last hour. And I mean, I guess the way I look at it is if Georgia needed 48, 49 points a game to win 10 games, I might be worried about Mike Bobo. That is not what Georgia needs. I don't think Mike Bobo is the best offensive coordinator in the country, but I'm not certain Georgia has to have that.
No, you're right. And listen, talent seems to hide any inadequacies as a play caller. And I don't think Mike Bobo is a bad play caller. I think he's above average, so to speak. Though every time I mean, Georgia fans have ways of remembering him previously. And my way of remembering him most recently as a play caller was him calling a fade near the end zone when Auburn was facing Penn State. And it was just a terrible play call, and Auburn lost the game as a result. So having said that, Georgia's going to have immense talent there. They're just absolutely loaded, and the hire just made sense. I think a lot of us in the industry knew that, if Todd Monken ended up going to the NFL, that was most likely the situation that was going to happen. And certainly enough, Mike Bobo did that. And listen, Mike Bobo had interest from other programs here in this offseason. So, Georgia was the best job, obviously, for him, and it'd be interesting to see how it all works out because, I think a lot of us just assume Georgia is going to be the top dog once again in the SEC this year, but replacing the quarterback, I don't care how good the quarterback is behind the starter, like with Stetson Bennett, there's always some maneuvering that has to happen there, some adjustments. And how does Mike Bobo handle that?
We came across an article this week we talked about on the show, and it went conference to conference, and it talked about coaches that are on the hot seat, keep an eye on, or might retire. And when it came to these two coaches, it was keep an eye on both, one from the SEC and one from the Big 12. But if I asked you better chance of getting fired after this season in the state of Texas, Jimbo Fisher or Steve Sarkisian?
I'd put them on equal footing right now, but
And I'll just give you a hypothetical. If both went 6-6, what happens?
They might both get fired. Be honest, because I think things get ramped up quite a bit faster for Texas now with them joining the SEC a year early. Do you want to make that move before you join the SEC and start fresh as soon as you start in the SEC in 24, or do you want to let Steve Sarkisian try to prove himself in the first year in the SEC and then make a change going into year 2 or year 3 in the SEC if there's problems there? And with Jimbo, everybody talks about the buyout and all that. Buyout's not going to matter. If Texas A&M goes 6-6 this season, we're going to be sitting there talking like, okay, are they going to fire him? Are they going to just pay up and do this? Are they going to end up doing it? Because there's still a lot of pressure on A&M too, obviously just to win with this recruiting classes they've had, but also your rival Texas has joined the same conference as you, and you cannot lose any momentum. And I think certainly that they would make a change there. I think with Texas joining the SEC so quickly now that it's going to amp up the pressure on both coaches going into this season, and nothing would shock me there. As you said, just going 500, even at Texas, considering it's early in Sarkisian's career there's a lot more at stake right now than a typical Texas offseason going into 2024 because you're joining the SEC.
See, that's why I love that beautiful brain of yours, Marcello. That was what I was going to ask you, because we always talk about the pressure of Texas and Oklahoma coming into this league. But my goodness, Texas A&M, who has spent most of their life being the little brother, here comes Big Brother into the league now, and you've had the advantage over the last big part of since you've been in the SEC. And now you've got to be better than them in the same conference again. I think there's even more pressure on Texas A&M. beautiful, beautiful mind, man. That's amazing.
Well, and I'll say this too. I appreciate that, by the way. But I'll say this: like, if you go back through history, since A&M has joined the SEC, legitimately, like, it is flipped and flopped to the other side for A&M's advantage in the amount of blue chip recruits they get from the state of Texas. Texas used to dominate that. Now A&M has been dominating that since they joined the SEC. And just by design, with Texas and OU joining the SEC, that number is going to start evening out, if not flip over to the other side once again, once they join. There's a lot of reasons why A&M was against the idea of Texas joining the league, but that's really paramount to me. It all starts with recruiting. It's the lifeblood of everything. And A&M struck gold and hit oil, as they would say there, by being able to join the SEC and capitalize on recruiting. I'm not sure Texas has capitalized on the recruiting so far just because they're joining the SEC, but the team that has is OU. They are killing it on the recruiting trail. I'm not sure that's getting enough notice right now. They just signed one of their better recruiting classes, in my opinion, in their modern era here. And they're loading up in the trenches, which is what they've got to do to prepare for the SEC. Texas has been very, very good, top 5, top 10, but OU's the team that's joined the SEC that's made that big jump you would expect with that SEC brand like A&M did a decade ago.
I will back off a little bit of my praise for you before you file the restraining order there. I'll ask you this question. We brought it up yesterday earlier in our show, and we got more details last night and earlier this morning. But we talked about it yesterday when we saw that Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame wanted to hire this OC at UT and bring him at Utah and then bring him to South Bend. But they were scared away by a small $2.8 million buyout at Utah, which is surprising to me that Notre Dame would be scared of letting their guy hire the guy that he wants to have as the OC. What does that tell you about Notre Dame and maybe long term for Marcus Freeman there?
It's one of two things. Maybe it's both. One, who did not do their research in figuring out that Andy Ludwig buyout was that large? Secondly, my understanding is that they wanted to hire Andy Ludwig and also bring in the offensive line coach from Utah, and their combined buyout was approaching $4 million. That's what really kind of went, whoa, we can't do that. But secondly, the issue here is, where is the communication between the administration and Marcus Freeman? Why are they not behind him the entire way and going, yes, go pursue this guy. We've got the money. It'll be all set up. And by the way, go out to a hockey game in public for you to be photographed with the guy. And instead of hiring Andy Ludwig, you hire the guy that's seated on the other side of you, who's already on your staff as your tight ends coach. So it's there's some issues there. I wouldn't say necessarily maybe Notre Dame won't pay the money, but the idea that, one, they didn't know about it, or two, Marcus Freeman just assumed that he would be able to pay for it and the administration didn't communicate that to them, or there was some breakdown of communication there, that has to be frustrating. And also, it's a big concern going in the future because, as you said, if you're not aligned with just staffing and being able to support your coach to go hire who he wants, then goodness gracious, what are things going to look like in a couple of years if your team is near 500, or heck, goodness, we're so used to Notre Dame winning 10 games a year or more. What if they're winning 8 games? Is that good enough? That worries me about the administration.
To your point, Brian Kelly, if he wanted the guy at LSU, the former Notre Dame coach, he could have him. Everybody had been like, okay, is that who you want? Okay, no problem, right? That's one reason why he probably left South Bend.
You're exactly right. I think that going into the future, Marcus Freeman and his staff have done a great job with recruiting. And in my opinion, this past season, we all got hung up on those first 2 weeks, and that loss to Marshall was atrocious. The loss to Ohio State, in retrospect, wasn't all that bad, considering they were in the game going into the fourth quarter in a defensive battle. But the coaches there adjusted. They realized the offense wasn't quite what they thought it was going to be. They leaned on the defense. They changed their playing style a little bit, and they won all those games in a row and did so very well in an impressive fashion and got to a good bowl game. I thought the coaching was great. And then you get on the offseason and you're losing staffers, and then you're very publicly swinging and missing on guys that they shouldn't have swung and missed on. Listen, Andy Ludwig wants to stay at Utah, but when Notre Dame came open, He wanted it. He flew up to South Bend. The idea was he was going to take the job. And for it to fall apart this publicly is just embarrassing, not just for Notre Dame, but also for Andy Ludwig at Utah. I know a lot of people say it's a big win for Utah, but it's embarrassing that your longtime offensive coordinator is out there publicly flirting with another university and then has to come back just because they didn't want to pay that buyout.
Brandon Marcello is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at BMarcello on Twitter, 24/7 Sports. Read his stuff, his videos, support Brandon, like everything he does there, at BMarcello. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. All right, so when we saw Georgia cancel their series with Oklahoma, we were told it's because of future SEC scheduling. Michigan and UCLA did the same because of Big Ten scheduling. But I am told when I see Ohio State cancel their series against Washington, I shouldn't read anything into that. Are you telling me, Brandon, I shouldn't read anything into that?
As far as maybe Washington joining the
Big joining Ten? The Big Ten,
yeah. Don't read anything into that.
Okay, I will not.
That's not happening.
Okay. Well, my antenna was up just because we'd seen those other two. Yeah.
I was with you too when I got that release yesterday, and then that the quote from the Washington AD, I was all like, "Wow, really coming out and guns blazing on this," because it was just like, "Hey, we were really looking forward to this. We wanted to play it, and this is a disappointment to us." That showed to me right there, Washington knows they're not going to be in the Big Ten with even an opportunity to be able to play Ohio State. And I'll say this in the background there at Ohio State, the presidents, the chancellors, they're the ones who tell the commissioner what to do, but Kevin Warren kind of was able to go against the grain sometimes there. And Kevin Warren was open to, let's expand even further beyond USC and UCLA. Now that he's gone, that vacuum of power has been filled by the presidents and chancellors, and they do not want to expand further. So my feeling is that because they're going to have input, obviously, the primary input on who they hire as commissioner there, they're going to bring in a commissioner that's not going to want to push that ball down the road in the immediate future as far as further expansion. So I think any rumblings you hear or people speculating that maybe some more Pac-12 teams, Washington, Oregon specifically, might be joining the Big Ten in the future, I just don't see that happening at all now that Kevin Warren's gone.
A question I never thought we would ask. Better next 3 years, Billy Napier or Shane Beamer?
Wow. And Brandon has to think and go Shane Beamer.
And I'll say this, I think it's Shane Beamer at another school. I think he's going to get a bigger job. If they are very successful this year, I mean, I'm not saying I know what he wants to do, but if he was to win 9 or 10 games this year at South Carolina, which I think they're capable of doing, because as you mentioned, Billy Napier at Florida's going to still be kind of down this year. In that East, and before divisions go away in the SEC, South Carolina's got an opportunity here to climb up further at the SEC East standings. I think he might have his opportunity to leave for a bigger Power 5 gig. South Carolina fans don't want to hear that because they believe that they should be contending for championships, but the history shows you that even in their greatest years under Lou Holtz and, of course, Steve Spurrier in the SEC, at best you're going to make the SEC championship game, and as we saw against Auburn and others, you're going to get blown out. So you're going to lose. So Shane Beamer, if he wants to strike it while it's hot here in the next couple of years, is going to do it. And I think in the next 3 years, he'll have a better record and have more success than Billy Napier. Florida's going to have to be patient with Billy Napier, but will they? Because the fans there are all over him already. And at some point, that'll start bleeding into the boosters and obviously the admin there. And you wonder about the admin there, too. I love Scott Strickland as the AD there, but the fans are really pushing against all this. And if they have another bad year, that starts to bleed into a lot of other facets and other parts of that building there.
Especially with what rival Georgia is doing. And here comes Florida State getting better as well. Before you go, Ken Wesenhunt, now part of the analyst room, not at Penn State anymore, in Tuscaloosa. What do you think that means for Tommy Rees, maybe having a mentor there with so many years of experience calling plays in the NFL?
Yeah, I think that's big for them. Listen, Tommy Rees is obviously the youngest guy on the staff. He's going to be he is younger than analysts on the staff, including Ken Wisenhunt. But I think, it's just a lot of programs are doing this. Alabama's been doing it for probably before everybody else and getting these experienced former coordinators, head coaches in as analysts, and you're even seeing it at some smaller programs. I see these. I follow coaching carousel. I'm always talking to people every day in the industry about it, and I'm always surprised to hear kind of the names that are serving as analysts or as consultants. And yeah, not surprising to see that. But I think what the thing to really read into that there is that he already had a job at Penn State, and now he's going to Alabama to kind of do the same thing. Why would you do that? One, to work for Saban, but secondly, he's probably going to have quite a bit more input at Alabama than he was at Penn State. And listen, I think Tommy Rees is a bright young offensive mind, but he is going to need some help there in getting things going. And the thing I think also gets lost in all this, and I think the local listeners there in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa and across the state know this, is that Nick Saban's offense is his offense. He's developed this over the years and has taken ideas from others like every other coach, and they have their own terminology, their own language. He's not getting rid of that. He's not telling Tommy Rees to come in and just blow the thing up. He wants him to run his system. And I think bringing in Ken Whisenhunt kind of further strengthens the idea of, all right, I need experienced minds to figure out a way to work within my own system.
Go follow Brandon on Twitter at @BMarcello. Follow him everywhere on social media at 247sports.com for all of his work there. Brandon, we greatly appreciate the time as always. Thank you so much.
All right. See you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Brandon with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I always love our conversations with Brandon Marcello there. We'll get to those SEC Media Days the way it's laid out in Nashville after LT tells us about Hemphill. He'll send out the lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, and Hemphill Services, they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
So for only the third time, SEC Media Days will not be in Birmingham. And it is the first time it will ever be in Nashville. This is at the Grand Hyatt, downtown Nashville, Music City, Tennessee, which is a brand new hotel. I have not seen this. I don't know if you saw it when you were in Nashville or if you were aware, that you're.
There's so many things going up there. I can't keep up with it.
It's cranes all over the skyline. Like I heard once that by city ordinance, they're limited to 6 cranes at a time. So that, and I don't know if this is true, but that the cranes are booked so far in advance because they're building so many buildings.
Thanks to our friends at Craneworks, yeah.
Well, I would guess. Yeah. All right, so Grand Hyatt, Nashville, coming up in July, Monday, July 17th. They will start, and this is in no particular order. They haven't set the order yet. These are just the schools this day. Brian Kelly from LSU, Eli Drinkwitz from Missouri, and Jimbo Fisher from Texas A&M. That is Monday, and also Greg Sankey will normally speak. And
right at lunch. It's a later start on Monday, so only 3 coaches there, which gets interesting, Brandy. We can talk more about it in a second, but when you add 2 more coaches, it's going to make this a longer thing.
Absolutely it is. Tuesday, July 18th, Hugh Freeze, Auburn, Kirby Smart, Georgia, Zach Arnett, Mississippi State, and Vandy's Clark Lee. So Auburn is Tuesday. They have generally been the backside, right? Haven't they normally been the last day recently?
It varies, but a couple of times it's been Gus was near the end.
This has been pretty solid. Wednesday, Alabama Day. Nick Saban, Sam Pittman from Arkansas, Florida's Billy Napier, and Kentucky's Mark Stoops. And then the final day, Thursday, July 20th, Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss, Shane Beamer from South Carolina, and Josh Heupel from Tennessee.
Okay, so if I leave that up for me, Forrester, I'm sorry, I waited right until you pulled it down to say leave that up. If I say, put an order of which days you think the best chance of the SEC champion is speaking that day, pick the day. Number 1, is whatever day, 2, 3, and 4.
I mean, there's not one where I've got multiple options.
Yeah. I think Thursday would be the one I'd put 4th.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be counting on Tennessee Thursday. Wednesday, you're counting on Alabama. Tuesday, you're counting on Georgia, and Monday, you're counting on LSU. Like, I don't think you got multiple options either any day.
I'm going to take Monday.
You like LSU. You love you some
LSU. I knew you
year.
would take Monday.
Yeah, but I don't feel good about any because you don't have double options.
You knew I would take Wednesday, and the betting public would take Tuesday.
Yeah.
I mean, you can double dip with Monday too,
Hey,
because
is there a
LSU A&M.
chance
If A&M catches lightning in a bottle, they've
that
got a
our
roster.
show is going to
Massive
go
lightning.
12 to 4 out there every day
12 to 4
instead of 9 to 1.
I don't think so. Why?
I think that got shot down in our meeting the other day by Lunsford, who every time I bring that up, he steps on my toes. I think we're a 9 to 1
No, you
show.
said 8 to noon, not 12 to 4. I shot down 8 to noon.
12 to 4 sounds good to me.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not agreeing with 12 to 4 at all.
no, I mean, Lance wants to go out and party and then sleep late.
That's not true. I want to enjoy good dinners. That place has turned into Vegas.
really
Chase
has,
says the
yes.
Grand Hyatt is insane. One of the nicest hotels in Nashville. Looking forward to
That's
that.
what I'm told. I've done a little investigating, and it does appear nice. Yeah.
Chase says when I moved to Nashville in 2016, there were more operating cranes than there was in New York City.
I find that hard to believe, but
I swear I read somewhere or was told somewhere they're limited to 6 at a time in the city limits, and they're booked out for a very long time.
You know, but Nashville, as big as it's gotten, and I think it's almost gotten too big, it's still easy to operate around there as far as walking, jumping in a quick
I
Uber.
love Nashville. We go there quite often.
Yeah. You will hate it in about 3 years.
I might, but of all,
I tried to get us to move there about 11 years ago.
yes, you did, Jim. Jim's always an idea guy. He had us moving to Mobile at one point, Huntsville at one point, and Nashville at one point.
I was right on two of the three, I think.
I don't think so.
Dunaway forgets we've got great sponsors.
I know. Dunaway forgets a lot of things.
Friends and family.
Family, yes.
I think we have proven that our great sponsors would go with us anywhere.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, we proved that.
I know you're a lone wolf at times.
You
but
just keep dreaming, Jimmy.
I did. I went home to Maggie. I was like, hey, maybe an opportunity for us in Nashville. And she's like, the kids are in school. We don't want to pick up the kids. And I said, no. You guys stay here.
I'm going up there.
I'll get an apartment up there, and I'll come back and forth every weekend.
Sounds awful.
She shut that down. All right, when we come back, we'll do Trash Today right here. Boy, Lunsford's hate for the Titans all of a sudden. It is.
He wasn't a fan. He didn't watch a game all year. I mean, this is all contrived by Lunsford.
There's no way you can give up a team like that. If
he didn't watch a game all year. He's not a fan. He wasn't a fan to begin with.
He's playing a character. He loves wrestling. He's playing such a character. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Surrender Cobra for me here. I never get these right when LT asks these questions. But last night, you guys entertained at Odie's. What was the question?
What came first, Michael Jordan or Southwest Airlines?
Like Michael Jordan born, his date of birth?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Not Michael Jordan, the basketball phenom at North Carolina. I'm going to say Michael Jordan was born in the 60s, and I think Southwest Airlines started in the wild, wild Texas skies in 1971. I'm going to say Michael Jordan, slightly older than Southwest Airlines.
I know you know the answer. Tyler, you want to guess?
I'm going to go with Southwest Airlines being just a little bit older.
Michael Jordan will be 60 tomorrow. He was born in 1963. Southwest Airlines, 1967.
67. So Jordan older than Southwest Airlines.
But these are the things you learn at Odie's Tavern. Wednesday nights, team trivia. Me and Brown were out there last night. We will be back next Wednesday. Come join us. But this weekend, a great place to watch college hoops. I think it's going to be, well, it's not going to be warm this weekend, is it?
Nope.
You can still watch inside.
You can.
Get a bowl of the chili, grilled cheese, just great food from Rodney Davis, delicious burgers, award-winning wings. It's a Birmingham institution. Get in and see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
You know what I've noticed? Leave that sitting there real quick. Take the three-shot there. This is like a Wonder Woman's airplane, the crystal clear.
Oh,
we
I
always
know.
talk about how crystal clear it is. You can barely see
right through
the
it.
invisible bottle here.
Now, this is your bottle that I am bringing you.
This is my bottle?
Yes. Jim never
Would you
gets a
like
bottle.
to bust it open and do a shot? I'll do a shot with you.
The enabler.
I can go in there and get a open bottle, and you can keep your closed bottle.
Well, I'll do a shot, yes. I mean, it can't be a big shot or I'll,
Okay.
go sideways on
Let
you.
me go get a couple of shot glasses. You guys hold tight.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've got a gambling trend for you too.
Okay,
Lance.
do we have a couple of shot glasses up here?
Yeah, I've got shot glasses.
Yeah.
Remember our friend Brett brought us shot glasses?
Oh, that's right.
I'll get you a random state. I'll
Okay.
be right back with a bottle of Dobell.
I feel like a little Virginia.
You want Virginia?
Any state, I don't care.
I'm good, thank you.
Come on, do a shot of tequila.
I am good, thank you. Andrew writes in. I kind of wanted Lance in here for his reaction to this. He's going to go get a shot glass. The story of Southwest Airlines.
I've got other stuff.
The story of Southwest Airlines is pretty crazy. Have you ever seen their story?
I've seen some of it, but I'll throw other stuff while you wait on him to
Okay,
come
you
back.
go right
okay?
ahead and
Okay.
just blow right through that.
Well, no, don't you want it? You want him to come
I
back?
do. I was going to say something about Southwest Airlines, though. You know,
Oh,
because
is it not the story of Southwest Airlines? I'm
no,
sorry.
no.
Okay.
It's something different. No,
Well,
Southwest.
I'm sorry, I can't read your mind. I thought you were telling a story about Southwest
Southwest Airlines.
and you wanted LT to hear it, so you were looking at me to
No,
fill time.
No, I've got a gambling thing for LT.
Okay.
Southwest Airlines. You know, it was originally created. I think it was Austin, Dallas, Houston. Like it was just a
it was literally a state airline.
Yeah, and for it to go from that to a national airline carrier is pretty crazy. And their model now, they completely screwed the pooch recently on that whole shutdown. But that forced me, like during that shutdown, I found something about the history of Southwest Airlines, and it really is a fascinating story.
Yeah, originally, it was called the Texas Air Force.
Yeah, I mean, and it was just everybody. It's all the same size planes and all
You
that.
doing one too?
I guess so.
Lil T.
Wow.
You're so easily influenced, Lil T.
I am.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to need the small shot
So
glass.
I've
if we're
got
doing this.
Idaho, which is a great-looking shot glass.
Yeah,
Some
it
bitch
is.
is big, though.
Yeah, I'm going to need the. I'll take that.
You want the little New York?
Yeah, I'll take the little NYC one.
And then
And don't fill it
Little
all the
T will
way
go
up.
Colorado, place she's always wanted to go. It's got a bunch of wildlife on it.
Is there something floating in there?
No, but is that too big?
Shoot.
Hair of the dog.
That's a thimble.
A thimble.
Ooh, that's going to be strong.
Wait. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll do the rest small. Sorry.
Now, Dobell's good for sipping, but not when you're doing a shot.
I'm good, thank you, Taylor. But I appreciate you offering.
We're doing tequila shots. I've got no chaser.
That's what I just said. I'm not going to handle this
Well, I can smell it, though.
Yeah, that's probably
No,
good.
go ahead and fill it up
Does
for
it?
him.
Yeah.
Yours has got a hair in it.
Yeah.
Ew.
It's the hair of the. Hey,
I've never used them.
Yeah, you didn't run these through the dishwasher?
No.
You heard of the hair? You've heard of the hair of the dog, haven't you, Taylor?
I mean, I can battle around the hair. I just need to get it out.
Oh God, I can't watch this. They're drinking with animal hair in it.
I doubt it's animal hair.
Well, whose hair is it then?
Would you rather be animal hair or human hair?
I don't know.
If it's
I don't
my
want
hair,
in
it's
mine.
fine. It might be. I think I got it out. It might be.
Well,
Brett, it might be Brett's hair.
Of this trio, we know whose hair it's not.
Yeah, that's true. I think I got my hair out. My hair is out.
My hair is.
The alcohol will kill it, Taylor. Don't worry.
Yeah. Wait
Yeah,
a
I just
second.
don't want you to choke on the hair. I saw, a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where Larry David gets a hair in his throat and he can't clear it for a while.
What's crazy is that you guys will drink tequila with a worm in it, but you won't do it with a hair in it.
I've eaten the worm multiple times.
Well, then you can drink that right there, Killer.
Oh, yeah,
Let's go.
yeah.
We got trash to do.
Are we ready?
Okay.
Yep.
We go. Cheers. The Dobell.
The Dobell. Taylor handles it better than Dunaway.
Oh, there's no doubt.
That was a big pour, though. That was a really big pour.
Can you take them away?
Yeah. No, we can leave this one up. Yeah.
Hey, so according to Andrew on Twitter, probably should take the under for UAB UTEP. The heat is out in the arena. Temps outside in the low 40s at tips. Life on the road in CUSA.
Fantastic. They can't get to the American fast enough. Well, I guess UTEP's going with them, aren't
Why
they?
would you take the under, though?
I guess they're saying it's going to be cold. Bad shooting night.
Oh, I do need some pickle juice, Griffin. It's fantastic.
I'm going to confirm that.
Well, let me ask. So, is UTEP one of those schools that's going to the
I really
American?
UTEP? No, I don't think so.
Good. Leave those people behind.
Yeah.
UTEP. UTSA is going, though, right?
UTSA is going.
North Texas is going. I don't like that Texas swing for UAB. All right, let's do trash. Running out of time here. Running out of runway on trash. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Let's hit it, man. Big button, Tyler. Right there beside Rockstar's picture.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Walker, that's what the pickle juice does. Some people chase the tequila with tomato juice. You can't taste the tequila at all there. You don't need to do that with Dobell. That's how good and smooth it is. But pickle juice, I did that at the Meadows Golf Course the other day. And really, once you do the tequila and you throw the pickle juice in, you can sit there and do it all day.
That's trouble.
That sounds dangerous.
With a capital T, Brown.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. What time is our next guest coming up?
Noon.
12 noon.
Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure we've got enough time here.
Yeah, one more commercial break.
This Miami, Florida woman learned why you should always read the fine print, and now she'll always be connected to the erotic novel titled His Big Childhood Sweetheart. It's a pretty good story here. Kristen Demerit of Miami shared her story on TikTok, which all started when she graduated college back in 2010. Fresh off her theater degree, she needed some new headshots, so she met up with a recommended photographer at the park at Bayside. They took pictures in different tops. She paid him $100 and everything seemed good. She was hoping to use the new pics to find work as an actress. What she didn't do was read the contract all the way through. The photographer sold her pictures to a, quote, stock images site, which houses millions of pictures of different people in different situations, and then those websites can buy the pictures and do absolutely anything they want with them, and that's how Kristen ended up on the cover of the erotic novel his big childhood sweetheart.
Wow. And got nothing out of it because she had signed over the rights.
Oh. Well, that was like a good read, though. Good beat read, right?
Not
Samantha
only
Drake.
did she not get anything out of it, she paid $100.
That's true. You're right. She paid to be on it. You're
That's
right.
a great
there,
point, Tyler.
That would probably just would have taken the dude behind her, right?
Probably so.
Yeah, that would piss me off. I'll go ahead and tell you.
You think?
Yeah.
We've got a man accused of arson told Bloomington police in Indiana he set a car on fire to discourage people from stealing it.
That'll probably do it.
That works.
Tell me the logic in this. It's like Mark Ruffalo's banged up younger brother.
There is some Mark Ruffalo in there. You're
Now,
right.
police responded to a report of a suspicious person just after midnight in the parking lot of an apartment complex on February 12th. Officers said he found a man standing next to a 1998 Buick that was on fire. He is way too young for a Buick. The man identified as Austin Bristow, 26, reportedly told an officer the vehicle was his. He set it on fire to stop people from stealing items inside of it. As people were talking to Bristow, they told him, you understand, if the car is on fire, there's nothing left to steal. Police ultimately arrested Bristow, who said, quote, I hope the explosions would be bigger. He also had possession of a syringe, hypodermic needle, and a controlled substance.
Drugs were involved in this?
Drugs and alcohol involved.
Wow.
So police have issued a warning after a string of robberies, armed robberies targeting people wearing Canada Goose winter coats in Washington, D.C.
Oh, Lance, you're in the crosshairs.
There were at least 7 reported robberies of people wearing the popular luxury coats between December and February. Some of the robberies took place near George Washington University, prompting the campus to issue its own advisory in late January. Howard University student wearing a Canada Goose coat was targeted after several masked suspects pulled up to him in a car. They then took his coat and fled the scene. A week later, 2 incidents involving armed robbers took place near the George Washington campus, where the suspects demanded the victims take off their Canada Goose coats at gunpoint. Campus issued a formal advisory the following day saying these jackets are very expensive. Our community members should be mindful while wearing them, even in very public spaces. As always, be mindful of your surroundings.
Average price.
Give me a ballpark for some.
I mean,
1,000, 1,500.
Yeah, I mean, they start at $650 and go up to $1,500.
Yeah, the like full-length parkas are like $1,500, $1,800 sometimes, depending on the
So they're
line.
just status symbols. I mean, there's nothing great about them, but they're status symbols.
They're
jackets
great
with the hood.
Well, what makes them a great jacket?
Around $600 to $800.
They are comfortable. They're the fit. They're really thin, so like you can fold them up. The ones I've got, you can fold them up into basically what would be like a poncho. You can pack them, and they're still extra warm.
Huh.
And they're very versatile.
Yeah.
You're not buying it?
No, I mean, no, I buy
not
what
only
you're
is he
saying.
not buying, he's dissing it.
No, I am not at all. Lance is probably right. I just don't wear jackets, so I'm not, I don't really.
I tell you what, the next time I have one up here, just try it on.
Okay, I'll be happy to, yeah.
You carry umbrellas, but you don't wear jackets.
Correct, yes. The rain will get you wet. I don't particularly get cold in Alabama.
Yes, my Mucinex is a Canada Goose. But the roommate gave me a really cool red one for Christmas.
Oh, yeah?
I think it's going to be cold tomorrow. I'll wear it tomorrow, and then you try it
Okay,
on.
that'll be
I
great.
just don't want anybody to, rob me outside.
Yeah,
Have you wore the red one yet?
So I wore a red one that was more of the parka. It was a little too thick, I thought, for Birmingham.
On the air, you wore the red one on the air?
I wore it on the air once, maybe twice, but I have decided to go back to the Mucinex, that same fit.
Downsizing.
With a red.
Are you going to start traveling heavy when you're wearing your Canada Goose jacket, just in case you get attacked?
I mean, I would just hope. I can't believe people are robbing people with
I know.
a jacket.
I know.
mean, it
It's
was
a crazy
shoes
world.
at one time, wasn't it?
Yeah, crazy world we live in.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got interesting movie facts for you guys.
All right.
The character Chichillo in the script for Predators 2010 was described as a guy who looks like Danny Trejo.
So who did they get?
Danny Trejo called producer Robert Rodriguez and said, I heard there's a guy in the script who looks like Danny Trejo. And guess what? I look just like Danny Trejo.
I am he.
Yeah, I mean, that makes most sense.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Why don't you just go get Danny Trejo?
Next interesting movie fact, the Crypt Keeper's eyes are taken from the original Chucky doll.
Look at that.
Yeah, the same team made both models. Now, here's what is confusing. I remember going to see Child's Play when I was in high school.
Right.
But
Tales of the Crypt was first.
I thought Tales from the Crypt came
Yeah,
first.
I mean, I would have guessed the opposite was true, that the eyes came from the Tales from the Crypt Keeper went into Chucky. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Tyler, what's up with this? You
Yeah,
put
I
this
think you got this
together.
wrong, Tyler. Sorry.
I might have gotten the fact wrong, but it is the same eyes.
No, it's the same eyes. That's the takeaway here. But I do think
Tales of the Crypt was early 80s, and then Child's Play was like 86
I
or
think
something
Tales
like
from the
that.
Crypt were early to late 80s, and I know Chucky was 88.
Yeah, I can remember watching Tales of the Crypt.
You
very
won't
young.
remember this, Tyler.
John
but
says Tales from the Crypt was 89.
Okay.
Oh,
Really?
incorrect. No, there's no way. I remember watching it when I was a young kid.
Yeah,
Lunsford.
that's incorrect, Lunsford. Because
That might have been Creep Show.
here's how I judge things when it comes to Tales of the Crypt. Yeah, turn Lunsford on.
John's got it.
John, here's the deal.
Tales from the Crypt, the show Tales from the Crypt that was on HBO back in the day, was from June 10th, 1989 to July 19th, 1996.
Yeah, great show.
bullshit.
Child's Play was 88.
Brad Pitt was
That is
in one of the
incorrect.
original episodes.
It may be the tequila talking, but that is bull crap.
I mean, it's all based on stuff from like the 50s. So, I mean, that thing itself, like that property, that IP has been around since like the 50s.
Yeah, I know.
But the show was
but
on
Lunsford,
1989.
Can y'all do the
Lunsford.
Crypt Keeper laugh? It was a great laugh.
The original,
It was a great laugh.
like the original cable, the original cable for me, down in the mud puddle when we didn't have cable, and I'd have to go over to my friend's Tim Cooley's house. The two things that the one thing we'd watch as a group would be Tales for the Crypt, and they would all go to sleep. I'd stay up late to watch Red Shoes Diaries. Both of
course
them,
you would.
Both of them were on back then. Tales of the Crypt was around before 1989.
Okay, Tales for the Crypt and Chucky, they've got, the Crypt Keeper and Chucky have got the same barber. But if I ask you, you got to have one of these hairdos forever. The Kentucky waterfall that's on the Crypt
I
Keeper.
go Chucky.
Or
the only one I have a chance of growing is the Crypt Keeper.
That's true.
I can grow that one.
Jim's past.
that is
Chucky.
a rough do on the Crypt
That's
Keeper.
a tough
It
one.
is, it
Tough
is.
one, man.
And technically, I've got the Crypt Keeper's eyes too. So if I am not far away from the teeth, if I just jacked up my nose a little bit, I could be the Crypt Keeper.
Okay, House of the Dragon, Crypt Keeper looks like, who was the guy? Lunsford.
Viserys the King.
Yeah,
When he gets really old. Yeah.
It looks just like him.
Yeah, the one that ended up getting had a big buffet and then they ended up poisoning everybody.
Yeah, oddly.
Was that one?
Oddly, if Scott could throw the photo back up, if you told me this was a story about when John Gruden coached for Al Davis, I'd be like, okay, I could see that.
Yeah. Gruden on the left, Al Davis on the right.
I could see that, yeah.
That works. Two more interesting movie facts. In
Just
the
win, baby.
1991 film Hook, which I've still never seen,
I like this movie.
Peter Pan has grown up, forgotten his magical childhood, and became a lawyer.
Yep.
Charlie Corsmo, who played his son Jack, retired from acting shortly after and grew up and became a lawyer.
Look, I mean, it's not The Godfather, but it's a solid family movie. Hook. Do you like it, Tyler?
Yeah, it's a solid Robin Williams.
Yeah, Robin
movie.
Williams is good in it. Dustin Hoffman's very good in it.
Oh yeah, he plays
Yeah.
Captain Hook.
Yeah.
So the kid said, "To hell with acting. I'm going to be a lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm not going to act anymore."
Probably a good move by him.
Same thing happened with Chunk from the Goonies.
He became a lawyer.
He's either a lawyer or a real estate agent. I forget which.
And then LT told us about that guy who only had one role last
How about
week.
Chunk was John Matuzak?
No, that was Sloth.
Sloth, yeah.
Who was the one, the guy who only had one role?
Bodice. What was his name?
Yeah, Wolfgang Bodice.
Wolfgang Bodice.
That's so random.
Our final interesting movie fact from the 2005 movie Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the Nut Room animal trainer Michael Alexander and his team professionally trained 40 squirrels so they didn't have to animate them. They spent 19 weeks of training for just this one scene.
What a crap job.
I would have CGI is where I'm going.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
So those are all real squirrels in that scene right there.
Yeah.
Yep, they trained 40 squirrels.
Yeah, what a waste of time.
You think your old man's eating 40 squirrels in his day?
Easily. Easily.
Of course, they don't have a lot of meat, do they?
They don't.
Is it greasy meat? It seems like it'd be greasy
Gotta
to
be
me.
greasy meat.
You know, it's always tastes like chicken and everything. I mean, it's a little gamier than chicken.
Gotta be.
For me,
Yeah.
it's really all about the breading. Not a lot of meat to it. Really, it's like eating a chicken wing, all the way.
Yeah.
It's never much more meat than a chicken wing gives
Yeah,
you.
basically a flat with greasy meat.
Damn, so if we actually had squirrel at sports bars, you'd be like, I want a 10 count, I want a 12 count.
Take some squirrel, please.
Squirrel
Yeah,
platter.
I mean, you'd probably want a 12 count of squirrel legs.
Would you get it scorching, honey mustard, honey barbecue, garlic?
I feel like I'd go orange chicken with them. Orange squirrel.
Now, I think bracket challenge. maybe second place has to eat a squirrel.
If it's prepared right, I'd eat a squirrel, but it's just a rat in a better neighborhood.
So is that better or
It's a
worse
rat with a
than the
fancy
Hungry
tail.
Man I brought in a while back?
Say that again, what?
Is that better or worse than the Hungry Man Salisbury steak I brought in for you a while back?
Same meat. It's going to be the same meat. Yeah.
Same meat.
Yeah, it's rodent meat either way, allegedly.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. We've made it our mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit the locations: Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
Congratulations to our buddy Brandon Marcello, who was on with us earlier this hour. He has just 24/7 has just announced he's re-signed a long-term contract to continue to be their national voice of college football.
Well, they probably saw the interview and they're like, God, we got to hook this guy up for 3 more years.
We better hurry up and hook him up before that strange guy in Birmingham hunts him down and eats him.
A lot less for Brandon to eat now, too.
Yeah, that's true.
I got a little excited when he was going my line of thinking.
Right.
All right, a lot more to get to, including Gary Parrish on Alabama's basketball loss last night. When we come back, though, you'll hear from Rick Barnes in the victorious Tennessee locker room. That's next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom-fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Our friends at Simpio brings you the sound of the day. It's from Rick Barnes last night in Tennessee. LT will tell you about Simpio in just a second. Here's Rick Barnes after number 10 Tennessee beat number 1 Alabama 68-59 last night in Knoxville.
I can't tell you how proud I am of the effort that our guys put into the game for 40 minutes defensively, because we won a game against really a number 1 deserved ranking by Alabama. They've done a great job. Nate's done a great job with this group of guys, and but the fact that, again, for 40 minutes, I thought we played really hard the other night and lost a game. But the one thing I can say, I don't think these guys have ever come disconnected, and coaching staff did a terrific job of exactly how we wanted to play their ball screens on the side, what we need to do in the middle, but just some incredible defensive intensity and effort by a lot of guys. There wasn't one guy that win that game tonight didn't help us win this game. Not one guy.
Yeah, that sound brought to you by our friends right there at Simpio. But when you look at his coaching staff, is it Greg Polinsky, by the way, is on there?
Yeah, he's the one that got the shout out. Lance and I were talking about that last night. Greg has been a friend of ours for a long time. Unfortunately, this is on me. I'd lost touch with Greg. He lived here in Birmingham for years when he was the director of college scouting for the New Jersey Nets. I did not realize he was on Barnes' staff, and Billis gave him the shout-out last night because he had the scout for Alabama.
That's right.
And what a great job he had done scouting the game. And Lance and I were like, well, there he sits on the bench. I don't know how I've never noticed that.
Yeah, you know, he worked with Rick Barnes on Wimp's staff back in the day at Alabama, and then he went on and he was a scout for the Nets, and I forgot who else. But, you know, he used to come on with you guys. He would come on with me on the round table when it was just a one-man show. And I really had no idea.
I didn't either.
If you would have given me 100 guesses, I wouldn't have said Rick Barnes' staff.
Yeah, me either. In fact, he looks like he is younger now than he was when he was training. He looks so young.
He's always there.
I went and looked at a house. This is years ago when my ex was pregnant, and it was located next door to his. He was out weed eating. And that's the last time I've seen him.
He'd have been great to live next door to. He's such a great guy.
Simpio brings us part of the show.
Hey, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast is Simpio. They take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
All right. Rockstar is on the road for the next few months. He's deep in the heart of Texas. By the way, we'll talk to Gary Parrish more about basketball coming up here in just a few seconds. But yesterday, Rockstar, who you said does not eat a lot of burgers.
He really never eats burgers anymore. I mean, it's been years since he's had burgers.
And that he includes this in his video, but Rockstar on the road trying new things. He's never really gone to the west coast of America. They're in Texas. And so the crew wanted to hunt down an In-N-Out burger, which is expanded all over Texas. So they went to lunch yesterday, and Rockstar, sporting his next round sweatshirt, tries In-N-Out burger for the first time.
We are in Houston, Texas on day 2 of the tour, and Ben, who's behind the camera, was on the bus last night begging to find In-N-Outs, and I know that Lance is obsessed with them. Brown thinks they're okay. I don't know what Dunaway is, so the guy that doesn't eat hamburgers or cheeseburgers is going to try an In-N-Out burger. I like the little sleeve. Like, that's kind of cute. Ben, what do you think I'm going to say?
I think it's going to blow your mind. I think you're not going to be able to sleep tonight because you can't stop thinking about the In-N-Out burger.
Well, that's what you were doing.
All right. Can you get the next one?
It's been a long time since I've even had a burger. Okay.
Guys, number 43, please. 43. Guys, number 43, please.
It's a good burger. But it's
good.
It's good. It's a good burger. I wouldn't have to seek it out or anything, but please get a load of what's on Ben's plate. What are those fries?
Those are animal-style fries.
Good God.
It just means it has all the stuff on them.
Well,
Guys, number 45, please.
I am pleasantly surprised. I'm not beyond blown away, but it is a good burger, so kudos to that. So Houston, thank you. And this is day 2 of the tour. We got a gig tonight. Do it all again tomorrow. I think we're in Dallas tomorrow, so get it, Ben.
Okay, for the record, Brown, you think it's average?
Overrated, but yes, average.
I think it's good, but overrated. But anytime I'm around one, I'll eat it.
It's a good fast food
Where
burger.
do you think
I mean,
Rockstar sat on that?
he said he was pleasantly surprised it was good, but he didn't go crazy.
Okay, that was only one bite. So
I think he
he's
ate
more in my camp.
I think he ate half the burger because he doesn't eat a lot of burgers. I think he ate all of his fries.
Yeah,
he ate the entire burger, and he's more on my side. I think he is. After that one bite, Forrester, do you have the text from Rocky? I had to edit out my In-N-Out.
In-N-Out effed up
F-
your stomach?
Uh-huh.
Not yet. I just went regular cheeseburger, didn't do that animal style stuff. It was pretty damn good.
You guys will give me the pretty damn good, makes it more in my category than the
yeah.
I
You'll
mean,
find I'm in the minority here. You'll find way more people that agree with you than agree with me.
My goodness, for Rockstar to even finish it and to say anything's good when it comes to food, it's amazing.
I mean,
then.
if there were In-N-Outs in Birmingham, there's 10 places I'd go before that.
10?
Yeah.
Coming soon, by the way, Brown. Ghost Energy Drink brings you the show. We'll talk to Gary Parrish up next about where Alabama is, where Tennessee is, where Auburn is, and his big picture of everything. Ghost Energy clears things up for you every morning. Zero sugar, all the energy. Will go high energy with Gary Parrish next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, back with you on the next round. Last night, Alabama loses on the road in Knoxville. We're about to talk to our man Gary Parrish, one of the smart basketball brains in America, on just what it means. You know, I always talk about how we're in a football mentality here in the state of Alabama. So one loss, and we're all running outside with our hair on fire going, oh, my God, we lost a game. But I think maturity-wise, Alabama fans handled last night okay. So let's see what Gary thinks about last night.
Well, they didn't rush the court and throw the goal in the Tennessee River, so that was better than football. Gary Parrish is with us now, CBS Sports. What is up, Gary? How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Gary's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Let's start with one of the things you want to talk about. I don't want to just bury it at the end like some interviews will do. Alabama's doing something cool this weekend that you've had a long association with. Coaches for Literacy. Nate Oates is participating in this weekend's game. Just tell our audience what this is and why it's important to get involved.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up. We will talk basketball in a second, I assure you. But, yeah, you'll notice this weekend if you're watching Alabama's game that Nate Oates and his staff will have green lapel pins or maybe green ties, but there'll be some green in their outfits, and that is to bring awareness to a foundation called Coaching for Literacy, which uses sporting events, primarily college basketball games, to raise money to fight the battle of illiteracy all over this country because this is surprising to me. It might be surprising to you guys. According to the Nation's report card, which documents all this stuff, currently 68% of fourth graders in the United States of America are not reading proficiently, and 33% are not reading at a basic level. In Alabama, just like my home state of Mississippi, the numbers are even worse than that. And this is troubling for a lot of obvious reasons, but also because studies show that children who are not reading at grade level by fourth grade, they are likely to face challenges with poverty, the justice system, obtaining jobs, healthcare. These are often systemic problems, and the problems that Coaching for Literacy is tackling head on. And I really can't thank Nate and his staff in the athletic department at Alabama enough for partnering with the foundation, and also International Paper, which is donated already a flat $10,000 to Coaching for Literacy in connection with this game in support of Alabama's Fight for Literacy game. And IP is also matching donations up to $5,000. So if anybody is moved to find more information, you can do that at fightforliteracygames.org. That's fightforliteracygames.org. And then just scroll down, click on the Get Involved link. It's under the Alabama logo. And just so we're clear, this money that is raised in connection to this game is not going to be reinvested in New York or LA or Chicago or even Memphis, my hometown, which is where the foundation is headquartered. This money raised in connection with Alabama's Fight for Literacy game is going to stay local with Reading Allies in Tuscaloosa and the FS Irvin Elementary School in Pine Hill. It's going to provide books, resources, and tutoring for young students in and around Tuscaloosa. So Alabama fans can trust this money is going to be used in areas where Alabama fans live, and that's always been a priority for Coaching for Literacy. So again, fightforliteracygames.org is the website, and I appreciate you guys letting me bring attention to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome calls there. Okay, 68-59, Tennessee wins the game. Alabama becomes the last Power 5 team to lose a conference game. What was your biggest takeaway from that game last night?
Well, it was just a perfect storm of how you can still be the best team in the country but lose. And, Alabama, I don't really think any differently about Alabama today than I thought about Alabama yesterday. Now, you adjust your rankings based on they have another loss in that column. And so I dropped the Crimson Tide from 1 down to 3 in my top 25 and 1 at CBSSports.com behind Purdue and Houston. But it was a lackluster performance. They went out, turned the ball over 19 times, shot it okay from 3, but only like 33% from inside the arc. And those 19 turnovers played a part in Tennessee shooting 15 more shots in the game. They had 50 more field goal attempts than Alabama had. Simply put, you go on the road and play literally the best defensive team in the country and give them 15 more shots than you, you were probably going to lose. It's actually kind of impressive that Alabama was able to hang around performing the way it was performing much of that game. But still, everything that Nate wants to do with this program is on the table. Still the favorite to win the SEC, still a favorite to get a 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. They would still be that today, and go to a Final Four, win a national championship. They've got all the pieces to do it. The only thing that is concerning is that there's been a couple of unreliable performances throughout the season. The biggest one obviously being at Oklahoma, that can be scary when you're about to go play a single elimination tournament of 40-minute basketball games. This isn't the NBA where there's a 7-game series where you can play poorly in game 1 and it's fine. Play poorly in game 3 and lose. No big deal. They got to beat you 4 times before they move on. This is a single elimination basketball tournament. You got to win 6 games. And though you can play poorly and win some of them, if you play poorly in the wrong one, you get caught and then it's over just like that.
To your point, they were 6 of 20 at the rim last night. I wasn't as surprised about Rylan Griffin, who'd been hot lately with 0 points. I was surprised at how Mark Sears was taken out of the game. He was virtually a 0 factor handling the basketball or scoring the basketball. Did you think with what Sears had done in his time with Alabama that he could be such a flat line like he was last night?
Well, he won't be very often. It's just that last night he was playing against literally the best defensive team in the country, and they're going to make a lot of people look that way. They have made a lot of people look that way. The only reason Tennessee isn't in serious contention for a 1 seed right now is because the offense is so shaky that they've taken quite a few questionable losses. If you go to my top 25 and 1 right now, there are only 3 teams in the entire top 26 that have more than 3 losses outside of quadrant 1. And Tennessee is one of them. They've got 5 losses to sub 40 net teams. And so that's sort of circles back to the point I was making about Alabama turning the ball over and giving Tennessee all of those extra shots. If you just play them shot for shot, you can beat them because they're not very good offensively. But if you're going to give them 15 more shots than you, that's how they can get big wins against teams like Alabama, against a team like Kansas. Tennessee's got big wins on this resume, but some questionable losses. But again, to your point, that's not going to happen very often. Like the last night for Alabama was the most challenging situation they are probably going to be in the rest of the year, because what they were in was a road game in a hostile environment against the best defensive team in the country. Just for some context, and I think people probably understand this, but if not, I'll make it clear. Literally nobody would be favored to go into Knoxville and win a basketball game this season. Literally nobody. Whoever you think's the best team in the country, Alabama, Houston, Purdue, UCLA, doesn't matter. They would all be underdogs in Knoxville, which of course is why this technically last night was not an upset. I know number 1 lost, but number 1 was an underdog in the game. If I'm Nate Oates, if I'm an Alabama fan, and it's nice to hear that you guys gather, Alabama fans have sort of taken it in stride, you should. On the schedule, that's the game you're supposed to lose. Now you just don't lose the next one. You get back moving in the right direction in the win column, and you'll be right where you want to be on Selection Sunday.
Gary Parrish is with us, CBS Sports. You can go follow Gary on Twitter at Gary Parrish CBS, at Gary Parrish CBS. Also, don't forget the Coaches for Literacy, coachingforliteracy.org. You can find the Alabama game. You can get involved there. Make a donation for the Alabama game Saturday, benefiting FS Irvin Elementary and Reading Allies there in Alabama. Money stays in Alabama. Gary's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. So something we learned, and we're probably slow on the uptake on this, Gary, you're going to laugh that we're just learning this, is that the overall number 1 gets to pick their road, basically. I was unaware of this. So how important is this? Because one thing that's hanging out there is that Kansas City Sweet 16 Elite 8, where if Kansas is a 2 seed, a 1 seed might be playing a virtual road game there.
Yeah, and I think that's a real flaw with the selection process. Not that the overall number 1 seed can pick where it wants to play, but that, and this happens all the time, a number 1 seed can find itself in the Elite 8 playing what amounts to a road game against a lower seeded team. When I was a beat writer at the Commercial Appeal newspaper in Memphis covering John Calipari's Tigers, you go back to that 2006 season, Memphis was the number 1 seed in the West. Memphis was essentially the 4th number 1 seed, so they got shipped out west. UCLA was the number 2 seed in the West, and they both advanced as they were supposed to do. They met in the Elite Eight, and that game was played in Oakland, California, in front of 18,000 UCLA fans. And John Calipari was livid. Why are we playing a road game against UCLA in California when we're the 1 seed and they're the 2? Now, what the selection committee will tell you is that, according to the bracket principles, they don't play it out that far. Like, they don't assume the 1 and the 2 are going to meet in the Elite Eight, so they don't take that into consideration. Again, that doesn't make any sense to me, because why wouldn't you assume the 1 and 2 are going to play in the Elite Eight? It is literally the most likely scenario. But to your point, absolutely, you don't want to end up in a situation where you're playing Kansas or Kansas State in Kansas City. So, yeah, Purdue right now has the best resume in the country, but that could change over the next few weeks. And if you're Alabama, you're in contention to actually be the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. I don't know that they'll get there. I'm not sure I would predict it, but they're in contention to do it. And if you get it, you will get the most advantageous path to the Final Four that you could possibly get.
So interesting but not surprising news. DA drops case against Chris Beard. We all here agree, if we're in AD, we need a basketball coach. We hire Beard. We deal with the shitstorm that comes after for 72 hours to a year, or to maybe a week. But Andy Katz was on this show 3 weeks ago, and he said Chris Beard will not be coaching next year. He was like, the details in this case are too much. Now that the case has been dropped, the charges have been dropped, what is your opinion? Do you think Chris Beard will be coaching sooner or later?
I think sooner rather than later. And this is not something I would have said the day after he was arrested. But I've been around college athletics long enough to know once the, quote, charges are dropped, that opens it up for athletic directors and presidents to do what they want to do and sort of explain it away by saying, well, you realize the charges were dropped. Why are we punishing this man? The criminal justice system did not punish this man, didn't even pursue the charges once they went a little bit down that path. So why should he pay? He's already paid a significant price losing his dream job at Texas. What more price does he have to pay? I'm not sure I subscribe to that completely. I'm just telling you that is exactly what is going to be said when somebody tries to hire him. I think the challenging thing for Chris is that this isn't really a he said, she said thing. Those are a little easier to get around. This is a situation where his fiance, and just for the spirit of transparency, I know both of these people. I've been to dinner with both of these people, Chris and his fiance. It was real trouble. That was a hard one to learn and to talk about and to write about because, I like both of them independent of this situation. But the issue facing Chris now is she called 911. The law enforcement officials showed up. They looked at her. They examined her. She had physical injuries. She told them that he either strangled her or choked her or something. So there's really no getting around the fact that there was a violent physical altercation between these two people. Now, the fiance has subsequently come out and said, I was the aggressor. I was the initiator. Chris was really only acting in self-defense. And perhaps that is true on some level. But as I explained, as the story goes in this situation, Chris and her they've been having trouble in their relationship. At some point, she broke his glasses, and that appears to have set him off. And on a very basic level, I can understand that. If my wife broke my glasses, just snapped them in half in front of me, I would be upset with her. But if I put my hands on my wife, I'd be the one going to jail. To answer your question, I do think Chris Beard's going to coach again. I think it'll be more than a week of, as you put it, a shitstorm, because every time you go on the road, student sections are going to be chanting woman beater. Like, are you comfortable dealing with that? Because that is what you're going to have to deal with. But if you can deal with it, what you will have if you hire him is absolutely, undeniably one of the best college basketball coaches in the entire country. This guy is thought of that way. What he did at Little Rock, Texas Tech, and Texas underlines it. And that's why he's so good at coaching a basketball team and running a basketball program. I do think he'll get another chance. And yes, I won't be surprised if it's next season.
Potential landing spots.
I mean, the one that keeps coming up on Twitter is Ole Miss if they were to make a change. And Listen, that's my wife's alma mater. I live in the state of Mississippi. I have no doubt whatsoever that if Chris Beard is the next coach at Ole Miss, he will kill it there. He'll be great. But if you're Keith Carter, the athletic director, or that administration, you got to really understand what you're doing. You're not just hiring somebody who was accused of something. You are hiring somebody who did something. That is still undeniable. Now, maybe there's an explanation for it, but what happened, and you're going to have to wrap your head around that and be comfortable with it. I think some schools will, but I do believe a lot of schools would say, I'm just not going to touch this right now.
237 wins and 98 losses. The guy has killed it when he's been a head coach. I wanted to ask you real quickly about another team in the state of Texas, Texas A&M. Looking at the SEC standings now, Alabama with 1 loss, A&M with 2 losses. I kept waiting for Buzz's team to go away, but they beat Arkansas last night. They were down 9 at the half. They win again. When it's all said and done, they play the last game of the regular season. Is there a chance that's for the SEC regular season championship?
Absolutely. And I don't think so. I think Alabama is going to win this by multiple games, but there is a chance, certainly. And what a weird season A&M has had. I had them ranked in the preseason. I thought they'd be good, and they clearly are now. But, boy, it took them a while to get here. I mean, they lost to Murray State, Colorado, Memphis, Wofford, Boise State. They were 6-5 through 11 games outside of the top 70 at KenPom. Now they're inside the top 35, obviously playing really well within the league. I think some of it is because, different SEC teams are some combination of disappointing or dealing with injuries. Kentucky disappointing. Arkansas has had injury issues. They've taken advantage of that, but that's all you can do. Like Pitt Jeff Capel at Pitt is taking advantage of a down ACC. And I think Buzz Williams at Texas A&M is on some level taking advantage of a down SEC. You don't have to apologize for it, though. If you can get a league title, raise the banner and take it to the NCAA tournament, and that program is clearly headed in the right direction now.
All right, weird thing to watch tonight, Gary, as you go. Confirmation, I just got it from the UAB traveling party. The heat has been out for about 24 hours at the Haskins Center in El Paso, where the high today is in the 40s. So it is going to be quite cold in there at Tip tonight, apparently. So keep an eye on that one for UAB to UTEP.
I had not heard that. I guess it's better to play in the cold in February than the heat in July with no air conditioning, but still that's less than ideal. Thank you for putting that on my radar, because now I'll be interested to see how it turns out.
It could look like one of those outdoor hockey games, and some of the guys will be skating around with toboggans on.
Friends and family on hand for that one. UTEP's not very good, and I'm not going to go sit in 40 degrees to watch it. All right, so go to coachingforliteracy.org. You had another website, too, more specific for this game, Gary.
Yeah, if you go to I want to make sure I've got it right. Fightforliteracygames.org. It's fightforliteracygames.org. It takes you to the same website, just to a very specific page, fightforliteracygames.org. You see the Alabama logo. Click on the Get Involved link, and everything you need to know will be right there. And again, thank you guys for letting me bring attention to it. It really is a nice foundation, making real improvements all around this country, including right where you guys live.
Yep, you bet. Thank you very much, Gary. Enjoy the games this weekend.
I will. Take care, guys.
All right, buddy. Gary Parrish with us from CBS Sports, at Gary Parrish CBS on Twitter, if you would like to follow him there.
Yeah, and is that? Do you know if it's the number 4, or do you spell out 4?
I do not know. Coachingforliteracy.org is the FOR, and you can find the games there. You just got a few more clicks. There's an Auburn place you donate. The Auburn game was earlier this year, but you can still donate there for Auburn youth programs in Brantley Elementary School there in Selma. For Alabama, it benefits F.S. Irvin Elementary School and Reading Allies, which is an organization there. And really a cool thing to do. And I appreciate Gary donating his time to that organization to promote it some.
Yeah, 68% of fourth graders don't read at the needed level of fourth graders. That is a surprising number in the U.S., and the number's worse in the state of Alabama and Mississippi.
Yeah, really sad.
68%.
And so sad to know the statistics that if you're not reading at fourth grade level by fourth grade, how increased the statistics are for, something not going right in your life there. Just to think that by fourth grade, that could be your future.
Well, that's right. If you're not reading,
it's really sad,
because you usually check out at that point as a student, right? If you're not reading well at fourth grade, you check out because people are making fun of you when you're having to read out loud in class. They start to bully you a little bit. You start falling behind in homework and such, so you just check out and you become a bad student that leads to worse things in your life. So a great cause there. We appreciate Gary being with us. Was that the Memphis skyline that was behind him, or was that New York City? Yeah, I thought it was New York City. I was about to say.
No. Memphis looks nothing like that. If you watched The Last of Us this past weekend and the Kansas City 20 years after the apocalypse, that's more the Memphis skyline.
Yeah. Can somebody get the Red Cross flip chart back there? Who's Brown's designated mouth-to-mouth guy?
My gosh, I just randomly do this. Like, do you ever get choked on your own spit? Like you just inhale and your saliva or whatever goes in your windpipe?
I do not.
You're amazing, Jim. You're such a good
No, I'm not saying I'm amazing. I'm just
getting choked on an almond sometimes.
Yeah,
God,
occasionally swallow water the wrong way, but I don't get choked on my own spit.
Second time Dunaway has brought up designated mouth-to-mouth people up here.
Yeah,
well, I just know I'm not Brown's number one choice.
Yeah, you wouldn't save me.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody's got a number one choice when it comes to mouth-to-mouth.
Dunaway would let me die to be pissed. I delayed us to break.
Well, we are late to break, Brown. But I'm waiting to get your saliva in check.
I'm good, man. What do I need to read, Jim? Give it to me.
I was going to let you read about our friends at MyBookie.
Hey, I'm on the horse. Let's go here. MyBookie.ag. UAB in the cold. They say take the under, Lance. They take the under when it's cold. The total is 142.5. UAB favored by 6.5. They'll be playing in 40 degrees.
Do you need a 20-second timeout?
I am good, man.
For the manager to come out and wipe the court down inside your mouth.
Oh, wow. It's kind of weird.
It's getting slippery in there.
If you just let me go, I'm good. Hey, listen. MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. That is where you go to get that deposit bonus. A lot of places will give you a deposit bonus, but you got to bet it like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times before it becomes yours. Not at MyBookie.ag, my friend. One bet, that deposit bonus is yours for the rest of your life. MyBookie.ag code next round. Get down on all the games this weekend. The Bama game we were talking about, Auburn, Vandy, UAB tonight against UTEP, everything right there in MyBookie.ag code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag code next round.
When we come back, we'll continue the football conversation and some NFL news with a familiar name and maybe some weird offseason moves that's rolling around. It's next on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A couple of great sponsors to tell you about this hour. One of them is our friends at Bromberg's. Before we talk a little NFL football, some bold moves coming up this offseason. You have to admit it's going to be one of the more interesting off seasons in the National Football League,
I would
right?
agree, especially at the quarterback position.
Yeah, quarterback makes it juicier, but some big moves coming up. Calvin Ridley, former Alabama star, former Falcon star, now with
the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I didn't
Jacksonville
realize
Jaguars, yes,
that they had picked him up for some unconditional picks from Atlanta. And obviously he sat out last season. I thought the punishment was ridiculous based on the facts that we now know.
For those that don't know the story, Calvin Ridley was suspended all of the 2022 season for gambling on football, and he had left in the 2021 season for mental health reasons is why he left. So now he's back in football applying for reinstatement.
Yeah, and the kid's only 28 years old, and you know, he'll have an opportunity with Jacksonville, and you start to look at their weapons. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence is establishing himself right now as a top 10 quarterback. ETN is back healthy. You look at Zay Jones, the season he had. Evan Ingram was really good at tight end.
No, if you get Calvin Ridley back that was playing for the Falcons, it's a huge addition.
He's a number one. He's a number one receiver now. 2 years
if you get him
off,
back. Yeah.
We'll see what happens, but I think he will be reinstated.
Our friends at Bromberg's bringing you the show.
Bromberg's, family-owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialists. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You will find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, even limited edition novelty timepieces at their Summit store. Available at the Summit and online. Go to that website right now, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Lunsford is able to tell us all the analytics about where people are watching. Right now, no one is watching on a darkness retreat. We're told by Lunsford no one is watching us on a darkness retreat. But Aaron Rodgers is one of the 6 biggest stories in the offseason. As bad as you hate Aaron Rodgers, that is a big storyline. We're waiting.
It's a number one storyline.
It's number one for you. Even though you hate him, it's the number one storyline.
Yeah, look, and again, I still respect him as a quarterback. I still think even at his age right now, he has got incredible skills, and he's still a top 10 quarterback. So wherever he goes, they're immediate contenders. I think it's going to be interesting. Green Bay doesn't want him in the NFC. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers wants to be in the AFC with how loaded that is. So I'm going to be fascinated to see how this plays out because I really don't believe some people think Aaron Rodgers will retire. He ain't leaving $50 million
he's not
on
gonna
the
retire.
table.
If I ask you, he may have to rework his deal. He may not be getting $50 million, but he'll be getting a lot. If we're not putting a body part on it, but if you were having to put a body part on it, what team you think he ends up with? And Green Bay can be an answer if you think quarterback's Green Bay next year.
There's just so much chatter about the Jets. They have to have a quarterback. They have got a lot of good parts there that a quarterback could easily make them a playoff contender.
So you go Jets, I go Raiders.
So I think the Jets and Raiders are probably your favorite. I'm going to go off board and say San Francisco just because if there's any way he can get out of this, San Francisco is already at least right there with Philadelphia as your favorite.
You're the NFC favorite. They're the NFC favorite.
I think they're your Super Bowl favorite. I think over the Chiefs, they are your Super Bowl favorite if Aaron Rodgers goes to San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, they're your easier NFC favorite, and maybe you're right, Super Bowl favorite. But you go to the Jets, they're among the favorites, but they're probably 4th or 5th in the AFC.
Yeah.
Okay, but asking for a friend right now, if I had friends that were going to Las Vegas before Aaron Rodgers ends up somewhere else, could I bet the 49ers or the Jets or the Raiders for their current price to win the Super Bowl?
Sure could. And, right now, I think the Raiders are probably in the neighborhood of 40-1.
But what's the 49ers right now? Much smaller because with or without him, they're a contender.
Yeah, 49ers are probably 8 to 10-1.
Yeah.
Maybe even shorter odds than that.
But 10-1, if they're at 10-1 before Aaron signs with them, that'd be a great value, right? With Aaron Rodgers in that roster.
It probably drops to plus 350.
Bold predictions from the Bleacher Report. They believe the Dallas Cowboys part ways with both Ezekiel, I never have been able to, Zeke Elliott and Tony Pollard. Both Zeke Elliott and Tony Pollard. I thought they'd keep Pollard and let Zeke walk. I'm okay if I'm a Cowboy fan seeing Zeke go. He's given you a lot of great years. He's been good, but that time has passed.
Yet again, we watched the Super Bowl. Give me your running backs in that Super Bowl.
I mean,
you had a little
Boston
Scott,
Pacheco, a rookie late round draft pick.
Yeah, Boston Scott,
Kenneth Gainwell,
Miles
Sanders for a second.
But Gainwell and Pacheco, who are not the one line when the season starts as the running backs for either one of those teams were the big running backs. It's not a running back league anymore.
Pollard surprised me a little bit. Zeke doesn't, because Zeke is 27, will be 28 next year. And he already seems like one of those 30-year-old running backs that has already crossed the threshold. His best days are behind him. I am a little surprised with Pollard, but to your point, you can find dark horse running backs all over the place.
Yeah, I don't know why you would invest in Zeke Elliott.
You love some Cincinnati Bengals, even though they're in the tougher AFC, but you like what they're doing there. They are $35.7 million under the cap, which means they are poised, according to people who cover the NFL, to go out and get a couple of big free agents while they still got everybody on these rookie contracts. And they think they will go after 2 edge rushers to improve that defense, to go with those great receivers and Joe Burrow. And they're mentioning the names like Marcus Davenport and Graham and Jadeveon Clowney, Cameron Jordan possibly. They may get 2 of those 4 I mentioned there, which would just add to an all-star roster in Cincy.
Well, you've already got a really good defensive line with Trey Hendrickson. I don't know what his situation is contractually. Sam Hubbard. For me, Cincinnati really needs to improve. Eli Apple needs to be out. You need to improve in the secondary just a little bit in that offensive line.
Yeah,
and that's all you need.
So you say if you had to improve and you only can improve 2 positions, you go secondary, no line.
Yep.
No edge rusher or anything like that.
I think your defensive front's good enough right now.
Okay, 3 more really quick NFL moves for you after I tell you the great folks at the University of Montevallo bring you part of this show every day, and they can bring great value to your son or daughter when it comes to choosing a college destination. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, Montevallo, Montevallo.edu.
What's his name?
You can go check them out. Montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. 21 Division II fully funded scholarship sports theater department with a new multi-million-dollar building and so much more. Find out why you belong at Montevallo or your son or daughter belongs at Montevallo with those small class sizes. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Do you guys think the Bears they hold on to the number 1 overall pick, or do you think they trade?
I saw a fascinating thing today that they actually hold on to it and trade Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean, they had come out, or at least the reports were they're moving forward with Justin Fields, and they're not looking to trade him. And I think we do this every year where we talk about, well, so-and-so doesn't need quarterback. They ought to trade out of that first pick. And I think what we find year in, year out is the return everybody wants for that first pick is too high of a price. And nobody's really willing to pay the return that it would take for Chicago to give up that first pick. It's just too much.
But Jim Irsay fueled that fire yesterday 2 days ago when he was introducing his new coach, and he said, obviously, we probably need to address quarterback. That kid from Alabama looks pretty good.
Yeah,
and they're sitting 4.
Right. But they're sitting 4, but in front of them, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have to trade to the first pick to get either Stroud or that kid from Alabama.
Oh, they can stay there probably and get one or the other.
And that's if there were one clear cut, I got to have this quarterback, maybe you trade up to number 1.
Yeah, and I think, I heard McShay the other day, and people, this will get people's attention. He said, to me, Bryce Young is Pat Mahomes. He said, the size is going to throw people off, and the size is really going to throw people off. When we actually had Bryce Young on set with us in Atlanta for the SEC Media Days, He's listed at 6 feet, 195. He's more 5'10", 185.
Yeah, he's a small guy.
So I think these GMs and different organizations, when they meet with him, they are going to freak out when they see his size. But a guy that size has been really durable. Missed a little bit of the Arkansas game, missed the Texas A&M game, but we heard could have played if they really needed him to play.
Was in the tunnel warming up at one point, but you mentioned his durability, and that's obviously a concern. But with that height also, this other concern, how many batted balls can you remember him getting at Alabama?
Some, but not a lot.
Not many for a guy that size, right?
Not enough that raised. I remember actually Stetson getting more in the Alabama game than I remember Bryce his whole career.
Yeah, Bryce Young, he's been playing short his whole career, and it's forced him to find those passing lanes and keep from getting the ball. Be smart, know how to throw it to keep it from getting batted down.
But it is a little different in the NFL. I see Kyler Murray get batted balls all of the time.
It is, but the SEC is the closest thing you can find in the college to the defenses you'll face in the NFL.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Now,
real quickly, Daniel says Pick will 100% get traded. They're not moving Fields. They'll produce as much smoke as possible to add options. Just wanted to get that out there.
No, I agree, because I was about to bring Fields up of us. So you've got Tua.
Yep.
Unknown. I've got Stafford with his age, spinal contusion, elbow unknown.
We're starting over.
I would take Justin Fields for Stafford right now. I know it would never happen.
With my weapons, I'd take Fields for Tua, yeah.
I'm not a Justin Fields fan.
Yo, you wouldn't take him in Tampa? You've got Kyle Trask.
You got Kyle Trask is all you got.
No, I know that's who we have. We're going to try to do something else. But I would rather, if we have to tank a year to get whatever the next great quarterback is, I'm not the one that's sold on Justin Fields yet.
See, I think Fields could end up being a Jalen Hurts.
I mean, I can only judge against my Dolphins. He was fantastic against Miami.
Yeah, who had the bingo card that we would now be using Jalen Hurts?
I know.
I think Justin Fields can be the next Jalen Hurts. Before we get to the phones at 734-0923, tag and trade or just re-sign Lamar Jackson? What do you do?
I re-sign him. I don't know what's going on with Baltimore now. They went out and got Todd Monken, and the report is that Lamar is more excited about learning to be a downfield passer and starting to refine those skills. But if I'm Baltimore, I sign the guy up. He's a former MVP. I know the playoffs postseason hasn't been great for Lamar, and health has been a concern recently. But Lamar is a really, really good quarterback when he's healthy, so I would sign him to a long-term deal.
All right, our show today has been a little football, but mostly reacting to Alabama's the number one team in the country losing to Tennessee last night. As we go to John in Mobile, I'll remind you that Joe Lunardi has said today that if Purdue were to lose tonight to Maryland, that despite the loss last night, Alabama would go back to being the number one overall seed in the NCAA tournament, even with the loss, if Purdue loses tonight at Maryland, which is a possibility. John is down in Mobile. He's next with us on the phone lines. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, guys. Doing fine. I've heard some talk with Wisenhunt coming in. Do y'all think the offensive line coach at Alabama is going to get the job done?
He came highly recommended, or not highly recommended, but highly lauded, I guess, from his time at Kentucky.
Nick Saban loves that.
And that's what I was going to say is from everything I've heard, he is very well liked on that coaching staff.
All right. And one other thing, I was in and out of the car, didn't get to hear y'all talk about it, but I was wondering if LT, I'm older than y'all, had seen one of Raquel Welch's. It was a cinematic masterpiece. Young Harvey Keitel, of course, gorgeous Raquel Welch. I don't know if it won any awards, but it's Mother Jugs and Speed. You need to check it out.
What was the name of it again?
Mother Jugs and Speed.
Mother Jugs, Jugs?
Yep. GGS and Speed. Have you seen it?
I have not.
I have never seen it. 1976 American black comedy film directed by Peter Yates. Bill Cosby, Raquel Welch, Harvey Keitel.
Well, that's a pretty good cast.
Larry Hagman, too.
Wow.
It's hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Anyway.
So Jugs like white lightning or like boobs?
Well, so Raquel Welch plays Jugs. I'm going to say like boobs. Bill Cosby is Mother. Harvey Keitel is Speed. It's an ambulance company. Very, very interesting. Dick Butkus is in it.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
You going to watch that this weekend?
Probably not.
Oh, here's the Mother Jugs and Speed.
It's got a 50% rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, there it is right there. Very patriotic colors.
You think Bill Cosby ever dropped anything in her drink?
Wow.
I mean,
it's not the craziest question in the world.
Well, I mean, if you're doing analytics, chances are yes.
She's the one I would worry about on that set.
Yeah. Stacy says, did Bill Cosby mix the drinks on the set? Following in your line of thinking there. Appreciate him calling in. I set it up for a basketball call because that was what was on the call screen. He went football and movies. I had him down for a basketball part of the conversation.
Tony Basil's in this. Do you guys know who Tony Basil is?
I don't, Lance.
I hate his.
No,
his
Tony
spice.
Basil is the one that sang Mickey.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mickey.
No, Mickey,
No.
you're so fine. You're so
Oh.
Not Mickey.
Jeez, Tony Basil's 79.
How about that?
We're all getting old, LT.
I get it.
All right, when we come back, we'll get more reaction from Nate Oates last night. And then a big win for Buzz Williams in Texas A&M. You'll hear from him when we come back as well. Back to basketball and set the table for some games tonight, including the developing story where Brown is keeping us updated on the temperature inside the arena in El Paso, where the heat is out and has been for 24 hours on a day that's not going to reach the 50s. Will the game get canceled tonight for UAB, or will they play it in a 40-degree gym? Something we're keeping an eye on exclusively here, developing news. In the war room of UAB basketball tonight. We'll give you the latest update when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. Your chance to win Chuck's Bucks. Not too far away. Chuck's Bucks is your chance to jump in with us.
Yeah, we're going to have the you can go on and download the QR code right now. We'll send you a reminder. You're going to be able to register from Selection Sunday until early Thursday, right before those first games. But Redmond Vodka, it's locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmond Vodka.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
During that commercial break, you can see the Win Chuck's Bucks right there. More details of that as we get closer, but remember that. Give it back to me one more time, Forrester. That QR code, so important down there. Get the opportunity to go ahead and save your spot in the bracket. At some point, I guess we could technically fill up. So go and jump in that bracket and secure your place for our March Madness. So Win Chuck's Bucks.
Looking forward to that. We still got to come up with our bracket challenge.
We do.
Got a lot of suggestions. We just got to narrow it down to 4 and let people vote.
Blue Eagle 11 says weakest number 1 ever when talking about Alabama last night. A lot of Auburn in the chat room last night on our basketball podcast on Alabama losing.
I love statements like that. Like you got the history of college basketball at hand. You're gonna say it's the weakest number 1 ever, or it's my biggest rival, so I'm gonna say it's the weakest number 1 ever.
This week, a year ago, Auburn was number 1 in the country. And then Brown made a point yesterday that the rest of the season did not end well for Auburn. And then they were 1 and done at the SEC tournament and 2 and done in the NCAA tournament, correct?
That is correct, yeah. I think they won 4 of their last 6 in the regular season, if I'm not mistaken. But it was the postseason where they lost 2 out of 3 postseason games and ended their season way earlier than they wanted.
Do you have an update, if not for the UAB fan who may just be joining us, what is going on in El Paso?
Yeah, they're going to the shoot-around later today, so I don't know if they'll have it fixed. But since last night, the heat at the Haskins Center in El Paso has been out. And I know the high today in El Paso, I looked it up, was 40-something degrees.
I have to ask the question, Brown, is there a chance with UTEP doesn't feel like it's swimming in money as an athletic department. Did they pay the bills?
I don't know. Or did
Are the lights working?
Yeah, if you guys can play like this, we're just going to turn the heat off. 40 degrees at tip tonight. So the outdoor temperature is going to be 40 degrees. I don't know what that makes the indoor temperature. Probably in the low 60s. Like you'll notice it's cold in the building.
I don't think it'll affect the players.
I don't think so. I think, in fact, they'll still work up a little bit of a sweat. Like if it's 40 degrees outside and I don't run my heat at all in my house, it's probably going to get down to like 61, 62 in my house.
Yeah, but when I go out for a jog in high 50s, low 60s, I'm sweating within the first half mile.
Landmine Believer says they need to get a bunch of torpedo heaters in there right now to heat it up. UTEP sends it out. Fans, please be advised that the heat in the Don Haskins Center is currently being repaired and will not be functional for tonight's game.
Wow.
So they're going in and telling you, not working tonight. If you're planning to attend the game, we recommend that you dress warmly. So they're going to play, and they're telling you it's being repaired. It's not going to work tonight for the UAB game.
So back when I was growing up in Calhoun County, one of the things, like Alexandria was known for cranking up the heat in the gym. You guys played in those places, right, where they cranked up the heat. And Wellborn had done it in our locker room for basketball. Now, we were the 9th grade team. So the way it would work is the 9th grade would play, the girls would play, and then the varsity would play. So we get to the locker room first. Obviously, the girls are using a different locker room. We get to the Wellborn locker room pregame, and the heat, there's this one of those big heaters that hangs down from the ceiling, and it is blasting. I mean, absolutely blasting. Locker room is so freaking hot. So there's this panel on the side that's exposed, and Tim Leach wraps a T-shirt around his hands, climbs up in a chair, and just grabs the wires that are coming in that panel and just yanks them out, and the heater just dies. So we go out and warm up. We come back in. It's cooled off a little bit. We go out and play the first half. What we did not realize is that at the top of the room, in this locker room, there are these windows that are like lever windows, and they're all open, and it's like 15 degrees outside. We come back at halftime, you can see your breath in the locker room. I mean, it is frigid in that
So
locker
they had
room.
the heat on for a reason.
They had the heat on for a reason. They weren't just trying to sweat us out in the locker room.
Before y'all went all dunaway
Yeah.
on them and pulled the wires out.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Probably should have looked at the big picture there.
I can't imagine when the varsity arrived what it was like in that locker room.
Okay, one more break, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from Buzz Williams and Nate Oates one more time on what happened last night in the race to win the SEC championship. Brandon Marcello and Gary Parrish are podcasted for you right now. Lance has a lot coming up later on. Maybe tonight he'll go with Gonzaga in a revenge game against Loyola Marymount. Maybe he'll go with Maryland to upset Purdue to get his free play. Go follow him at The Lance Taylor. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, and again, Hemphill's got that great February special for you right now with the changing weather. Need to get that HVAC checked out. They're offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. It's hard to stop a train, or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
friends at Gutter Cap brings you part of the show today. Also, Michelson in this last segment. Tell us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. Somebody was asking me about Chris Stewart yesterday. He's been in the business for more than 20 years. He's got a great 2023 special for you. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You never want to clean those gutters out. Stay away from that dangerous ladder. Call 823-2212. It's a platinum cover aluminum system. Fits over your existing gutter. It will keep debris out. You will never clean the gutter out again. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Real funny. We've talked a lot about Tennessee's defense last night. We haven't talked about Alabama's defense last night. Nate Oates did after the loss. Here is the Alabama coach up in Knoxville.
Our other issue was we didn't finish at the rim well. But they've got shot blocking. They got presence at the rim. We shot 6 of 20 at the rim for 30%. So, if you finish 30% at the rim and have 19 turnovers, you're going to make it really hard on yourself to win. I thought our defense was good enough to win the game. We ended up out-rebounding them. They're a great rebounding team. Brandon and Clowney with 11 and 10 rebounds each. That they played pretty well on the glass, but our offense let us down tonight.
36 minutes. Tennessee led the game last night. Alabama led for just 1 minute and 21 seconds. So the other time that's lost in the 40 minutes were ties. But Tennessee led for 36 minutes.
Yeah, but, Alabama had the 1-point lead, but Tennessee's biggest lead was the final score at 9. So, Alabama was right there. Again, 3 cut it to 6. Alabama gets the turnover. They have an opportunity to cut it to possibly a one-possession game with right over a minute to go. So they were right there in that game as bad as they played.
Yeah, it was a tough one last night. Now Alabama's got a 1-game lead over Texas A&M and Buzz Williams, who talks about his team, who at one point was 6-5 on the year, and now they've battled to within 1. They're on the bumper of Alabama to win an SEC regular season championship.
We were 6-5, I think, when Santa Claus came to your house, and we've won 11 out of our first 13 conference games. So that means since Santa Claus came, we've won 13 out of 15. I don't think that you lose to Wofford in a guarantee game, quad 4 loss, and you're 6-5. And then you're a half a game out of first place in this league after Valentine's Day. Do I think that we're going to win every game? I hope that we do. But do I think that we're in this position exclusively because of our talent? No. Do I think we're in this position exclusively because of our coaching? No. I think we're in this position because of the character of the people involved.
When he was hired, I thought he'd be successful at Texas A&M, but I thought Jimbo Fisher would be successful. He's got a chance to contend for a championship technically before Jimbo. You're a Ken Palm guy and everything. Didn't you tell me earlier they're around 35, somewhere around there?
Make sure I got the old updated Ken Palm here. 33rd is where they are.
That's in the tournament. It's not comfortable. I mean, they could lose some games down the stretch and be out of the tournament.
Yeah, let me see where they are in the net.
Yeah, I thought they got job with the run they went on in the SEC tournament last year. A lot of people believed they were going to be on the outside, which ultimately they were. He loves holidays, though, doesn't he?
He does. Santa Claus.
Santa Claus.
And who doesn't love Christmas? 31 is where they are in the net. 31. Which sounds comfortably in the tournament, but you got to remember, how many at-large teams and how many guaranteed spots there are on their tournament. That's not as safe as it sounds.
What do they call them? Bid stealers.
The old bid stealers can get you there.
The old bid stealers. Not like our job stealers in the old crimson and white game, the A-Day game. Cochran used to say, "Where's my job stealers at?"
Where's my job stealers?
That was a great guy. Oh, fun times. All right, that's our show today. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow, and we will tell you more about some college football news as we get closer and closer to the spring games. SEC meetings, the schedules are out now. Tuesday of SEC Media Week will be Auburn Day. Wednesday will be Alabama Day. We look forward to being in Nashville for that. We look forward to being with you guys tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.